Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, managing payroll efficiently is vital for organizations. Let's dive into the world of SAP SuccessFactors, Employee Central Payroll, or SAP SF EC Payroll for short. SAP SF EC Payroll is a crucial component in the SAP ecosystem, focusing on managing employee payroll efficiently. It streamlines processes, ensures compliance, and ultimately saves businesses time and money. With SAP SF EC Payroll, businesses can experience up to a 40% reduction in payroll processing time. That's valuable time that can be redirected toward more strategic initiatives. This course covers SAP SF EC Payroll comprehensively, from basics to advanced features. Learn to set up structures, process payroll runs, manage taxes, and more. Gain the skills to efficiently handle payroll in your organization. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of SAP SF EC Payroll. 2. Mapping tables. 3. Employee Central configuration steps. 4. What is a professor's RSA? 5. Mapping modes. Let's dive in.
There are generally what exactly these days that SAP is prompting or SAP is telling how the payroll deployment options to the partners that they want to do it. Okay. So because it's all depends on each and every customer, because why the SuccessFactors payroll system having a very good statistics across the world, because people consistently we started paid from an SAP system per month and all, because across the world, if you see, almost all brands such as maybe all the brands such as Adidas, Nike, Puma, global retail brands, all Disney, Sony, everybody, all these days they were doing it SAP payroll only. They were having SAP payroll in the premise systems. Okay, premise systems was taken care, because I'll go through the slides one by one. First, I'll just give the what is the greatest things that SuccessFactors payroll has. I'll just give a statistics parts. Okay, how you can understand when you are facing the interviews and all, how important that employee central payroll for that particular customer. So you will understand the priorities of that particular customer. So with this knowledge, it would be helpful for you. Okay, that is the reason always SAP says you buy our product, because people consistently would pay from an SAP system. If you see any, even Walmart, Costco, in North American icons called like, right? Walmart is the most one, and Costco, Hershey's, Greens, all these people are having SAP payroll is being running. Put your profile in these particular markets or in these segments or in these areas, profile will be definitely clicked and asked for the payroll consultant, ECP payroll consultant. That would be a good thing, and it has obviously, it's a global future. Almost across the world, 60% of the market is grabbed by SAP SuccessFactors, Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll. Because obviously, all 8,000 plus customers, nearly every industry and size, it is having it, because that the localization, how SAP would do the localization. Because almost 650 plus localized legal and compliances things can be taking care, and 200 plus localized legal and the compliances changes they'll be doing it. Because this SuccessFactors still available on premise, which 56 local languages it should be absorbing. Okay, it be taken care of, and whereas Employee Central is in 47 cloud things and all, they are taking care of it. So mainly the deployment options. So how they want to do the deployment options. So basing on the customer to customer, how it would be happening. So those things I'll let you tomorrow. So how uniquely positioned for the payroll success, because these days they brought into S4 Hana also, they brought into the picture for things and all, because if you want to run a payroll in house or control some of the processes, okay, so you will be act as a partner managed cloud for Employee Central Payroll and all. Okay, you have a need desired if you want to invest and maintain a on-premise infrastructure. It's called, they will be taking care SAP ERP HCM payroll, they will be putting at your place only, but they will run the payroll or control centers and all the sum of the processes from Employee Central Payroll front end system. Backend, obviously HCM payroll will be there. That is the reason we should be learning the PCRs and the schemas of SAP HCM. Important factor, because running the payroll would be end user's job, not a consultant job. Still the deployments are in such a way, okay, that is the reason where you can core HR transformation using SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central. You can send that to Employee Central Payroll. Okay, you can send it to SAP from Employee Central to SAP HCM. SAP HCM can run the payroll and it will the results on the SAP ECP platform. There are three kinds of deployments. Okay, mainly the deployments would be happening on partner managed cloud. Okay, one deployment, it means cloud itself is taken care by the customers. Okay, and the other one, partner managed cloud, in the sense the partner will manage that particular cloud. Okay, nothing but SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central and SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll are offered through certified partners, which is nothing. Some certified partners are nothing but, you can say in USA, obviously there are Deloitte, they'll do it. They'll do the partners will provide application management, implementation, and the configurations. They'll do it, and partners will provide first and level, second level customer supports. They'll be doing it, and they'll be offering customer starting. It would be, they'll give some benefits to the partner managed clouds and all. Okay, you can align payroll with your HR operating systems and all. And recently they have come up with a SAP HCM for S4 Hana private cloud edition, because it is more of a security based. Move to the cloud at your own pace with a service they want to give it, very secured service they want to give it. They want to save. First one would be partner managed thing, which is like partner will be having the implementation partner will be doing it, and he will be care of it. And the second one would be SAP HCM for S4 Hana thing and all. They will transition from the capital. What they'll do is, like existing customer, they can keep HR, time, benefits, and payroll as is in their SAP HCM payroll system. Full SAP country scope, all the full SAP ERP HCM and payroll scope will be like that only, and it will be running on S4 Hana system. Okay, HANA system is nothing but, because earlier how we used to log in into SAP HCM, we have to go through a SAP GUI. Now SAP S4 Hana, what they're doing, they're giving a user URL kind of thing. With that URL, you can go and log in into the SAP HCM system, running on a hyperscalar infrastructure. They'll just call it like full provide SAP ERP on a exceptional basis functionality, which is nothing but need not to install GUI on your system. They will whenever if it is on remote, okay, you can go to the remote and remote desktop and you can access, or with the URL also you can just log in into the URL, and the screens and all, it should similar like our SAP HCM system. How it will. So it will offer highest flexibility. So this is a second kind of thing, which is nothing but, obviously it is giving a feature of cloud edition. So that is the reason they'll call it like a private cloud edition. Okay. SAP HCM for S4 HANA, private cloud edition, PCE part kind of thing. One is partner managed cloud for employee central payroll. It means the partner only can log in that cloud SAP HCM system, SAP employee central payroll system. Only partner can manage. Partner in the sense, obviously the partner Deloitte, CTS, Cognizant, Accenture, they will be managing it and they will be giving the services to the customers. And the second one would be, you can, the customer itself, you have to feel like you are a customer. Okay. Customer itself having a private cloud edition, they can do it SAP HCM HANA system. They can go and they can, in that it will provide full core HR, time, payroll, functional scope comparable to the ECC. How our ECC system will be? ECC is nothing but SAP HCM, SAP ECC system. It will be like that only, but the platform would be on S4 HANA system. Okay. So that is called cloud edition. Okay, private cloud edition, which will be. And third one would be the third. Obviously, the third would comes under. It's generally it comes on private cloud edition will be there and premise edition will be there. Okay, premise edition, which is nothing but on premise in the sense, so far one would be is like entire set is controlled by managed partner, which is nothing but Accenture, Deloitte and all. They'll be taking care of it with a security. Or second thing, they will put S4 HANA cloud onto your cloud systems, which is nothing but private cloud. It has a more safeguarding. Okay. That is your system that they'll be giving it, and you have to do the controls of it. Okay. And whenever if you see SAP HCM for S4 HANA on-premise edition will be there. Okay, which is a third one. Okay. So customers who are not really ready for a full move, their HCM system, if they want to deploy it to the cloud and all, if they don't want to do it, they can keep their SAP HCM system with them only. On-premise offerings will be there, but this offerings will be given up to 2040 only. Okay, 2040. Post that, all SAP HCM premise editions in the sense GUI editions. Okay, SAP GUI editions will not be supported by the SAP. So, obviously, the three deployments, one is like entire thing managed by the partners. Second one would be is like a S4 HANA cloud version, cloud edition, private cloud edition. Okay. And on-premise would be is the common one, regular one, how we are doing it and all. Okay. So regular in the sense we will run the payroll and we'll push it to the employee central ECP system, and we will go and see on the payroll control center. This is what we have seen and all. So the payroll, how many people the payroll has been run. Everything run payroll engine is in the SAP HCM system. Okay. So for this also we should be having a fair knowledge or a good knowledge in PCRs and the schema. So it means the current market, the current deployment options is happening on the three platforms. One would be is like a partnered thing. Okay, which is a complete cloud system, cloud part only. It means the partners are partner managed cloud for employee central payroll, which is offered via certified partners only. So which is certified partners, obviously we'll be. That is the one thing, partner managed one. And next one would be is like S4 HCM for private cloud edition for S4 HANA. Okay. And the third one would be is like S4 HANA on-premise edition. Okay, which on-premise edition will be obviously how so far we are using SAP ERP HCM system, same thing, but it will be from here, it will be there for next 17 years, 2040. This is going to be a thing. So whatever the customer profile, based on the customer profile options, we will be going and doing the projects and all, we'll be doing it. Okay. So first thing, obviously who wants to have SAP HCM payroll customers, they want to design to run the payroll in one on many countries, or if they want to do it, they can go with the employee central payroll system. Okay, which is nothing but the cloud systems, which is like the cloud system, entire cloud system, which will not have a control because the data is going out of our company. Okay, this is one option. After the other one would be is like partner managed, obviously. So partner managed with managed cloud for SAP SuccessFactors solutions, they'll be taking care of it because it will be happen with a business process outsourcing kind of thing. Generally, generally this will be taken care by SAP only, but there will be a partner who is taking care and who is supporting on it. Okay. So and the third and fourth would be, obviously I said, S4 Hana platforms. One is like a private cloud and the other one is like a premise.
On premises, yeah.
Okay, on premises. So premises in the sense, customer's infrastructure only, he has to bear that. Okay. So because if he get any problem, SAP, they'll be consulting SAP and they have to, that is separate maintenance and all. Okay. Yeah. So that only on premise will be happening up to 2040. After that, the continuity will not be there from the SAP side. So that is what they want to climb. They want to climb that. How we want to do it. These are all main things that they want to do it. The employee central payroll, they want to give it two ways. One would be we will be giving the cloud across the world. The data centers will be in across the world, and we will be serving the employee central payroll. And whereas no, I don't want that way, because generally for these systems and all, the restrictions came from the Russia and China. Chinese companies and Russian companies, no, we want it, the partner can be managed, or the private cloud edition we want it. Okay, so that is the reason SAP launched that. There are the partners, the Chinese APAC region, Chinese people, Chinese companies will be there. Okay, obviously Deloitte is one of the more good company for China and APAC region. Okay, and Deloitte will take care of it. Or one of the other thing is like rolling arrays company, also they'll be taking care of these partner edition, partner managed cloud and all, they'll be taking care of. Okay, so these are the options. The recommended options would be employee central payroll would be deployed, either SAP will take the full control, or partner will be having, which is nothing but private cloud. Okay, partner will manage that, or they will be giving it on partner managed and private cloud edition and on-premise edition. Total 4 deployments will be there. Okay. So this is the main things that we have to understand. Whenever you are stepping onto a project, you should understand what kind of deployment. If you are going, if it is a scratch implementation, then you have to understand what kind of implementation or implementation deployment process is happening. Okay. So then if it is a support project, you should understand what exactly the deployment was happening. What is going to happen and what happened was happen when it comes to support projects and all. For a scratch implementation, for that also you should be knowing about it. What is the deployment options, whether it is a direct employee central payroll which is managing by SAP, or any partner is managing it, or it is a private cloud edition or premise edition. So these are the 4 options that will be showcased for the customers whenever the SAP is approaching, or any of the other partners are approaching it. So generally, whenever you see the projects, obviously you might be knowing how the SAP SuccessFactors projects will happen. Here is like, the first thing would be, either SAP will recommend the implementation partners, or implementation partners directly go and approach the customers and take the business. So that is, these are the 2 options that generally happening, because either if it is for a Walmart, obviously SAP recommends that please go with TCS or CTS or Accenture. So if it is like a Costco, Obviously, SAP recommends our implementation partners like Deloitte, they will be doing it for you. So you can, otherwise sometimes what will happen, TCS directly go and visit, they go and visit Meses, or they go and visit Gap, okay, GAP Gap, or maybe they go and visit, and they will give the quotations that we will be going and doing the implementation.
Okay.
So that way the projects will nurture, or that way the projects will start or execute the ways. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the two things. And as I said, like the deployment options, there would be 4 deployment options. Entirely Employee Central Payroll will be taken care by SAP, which is nothing but a data center. Anywhere. For this, only one problem here is like the things here is like current payroll solution has some issues with the data security. Obviously, they say like SAP say we will provide you a full data security, data privacy, and data security, no threatening of the data. They will say even if it is anything happen, we can sue it from a customer side. We can sue it, but it is like a public cloud. Okay, the public cloud would be in the sense in one data center there could be a multiple customers payroll systems will be there. If you don't have a being an implementation partner, if you don't have a trust, or if you don't have a gut feeling on SAP, what you have to do, you will be going for the second option or a third option, which is nothing but third option would be like obviously private cloud edition from okay, or you will be going for a partner managed, because you believe if you are not believing SAP, you are not believing the partners as well, right? So that is the reason most of the customers, if that is the reason the SAP released 4 deployment options, especially for the payroll systems. Okay. For Employee Central or PMGM or whatever it is, they'll say they'll say we have only 2 deployment options. Whether one would be like a public and a private cloud. That's all. They don't give any options to you other than these other 2 and all. They're not having a partner managed cloud. They will not be giving it. Why? Because it's cost more for the customer, and maintenance for the SAP also, it's too much. Okay, but this is like a payroll system where the salaries of the employees, the entire revenue, it's not a revenue generation, but revenue expenditure will be known to the markets. Companies, the competition will break off. Okay, the competition between the companies, because if you have a competition between Gap and Macy's, okay, so their Macy's, the Macy's chief advertising chief or marketing chief salary and Gap marketing chief salary, if these salaries would come out, then obviously the Gap will give a competition for a Macy's. They will take off that marketing chief, or they take off that purchase procurement chief, or whatever it is. It will some mix up will happen. So that is the reason the bigger companies, the bigger giants and all will depends on SAP with a private cloud edition, which is nothing but SAP S4 Hana thing, or they will because if they have trust, they can go with the partner managed cloud also. Because why they believe partner managed, if this guy if this guy does anything, they can sue on that particular partner. The partner will always be in. If they sue on SAP, okay, that is another picture. But if they sue on partner will get offense. Partner will get. It's a problem. It's a big problem for that company itself, because the entire market will get smashed and crashed. So that is the reason the partners will be more concentrated, and they will be providing, and that is the reason some of the customers, they trust on the partners itself, obviously, because Walmart will obviously trust on TCS, or trust on Accenture, or they'll trust on Deloitte, or whatever it is. Okay, so that is the reason, though they have good confidence on SAP, but they have to believe on partners as well. So that is the reason. So that is the reason the implementation partners also plays an important role. That is the reason in the market that is the reason SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll is on the upstream.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the main intention, because it's like a confidential confidential thing which should not lead into any excuses.
Yes.
Okay? So that is the reason. Even the partners get the project, it would be good, or SAP gives the project to the partners, also it's good. Okay, so that is the reason. Majorly these are the deployment options that they want to give it. So most of the customers, they're for SAP, small players and all, they'll go with Employee Central Payroll or whatever it is, by keeping like VPNs and all. It's like their headache, the customer headache. Okay, so the charges also, the proposals or the services also would be very high on a partner managed cloud or a HANA private cloud edition also. Okay. So that is the reason these two deployments are too high in cost, and the last one would be, obviously they are running payroll in their premise systems. Okay, so they want to run SAP HCM on premise on S4 Hana system, but S4 Hana it will be costing for them. But it looks like our SAP HCM payroll system only, because this will be happen for existing SAP HCM customers, payroll customers. And also what we have to think, whoever wants, it's like they are purely running payroll starting now. Okay, then they can take Employee Central Payroll directly, or a partner managed cloud, they can take it up. But who are already having existing SAP HCM payroll things, they will take either private cloud edition or on-premise. Okay. So why? Because private cloud, in the sense, more secured, safeguarding. Want to move infrastructure to the cloud, but keep payroll as is. Okay. But and whereas want to stay on premise, they want to keep all in their SAP HCM payroll system, and they will run the payroll in that, and they will showcase the results onto the SAP ECP platform. That's all. Okay, so this is what the main you understood, right? These are the important things that deployment things are important. So doing of the step-by-step configuration and all, everyone do it. Okay, so understanding of the project, how the project project options are there, how the project is being deployed, that we have to learn must. This is also recently in 2020 only they started this. Little intention to invest in SAP payroll expertise kind of things. For that reason, all net new or SAP HCM payroll customers, both can go ahead with this partner managed and all. Why? Because so far we used to pay for SAP. If you take this partner managed, we will just pay to the partners. Partners will manage that thing. That's all. Because licenses and any new feature enablements and all, partner has to take care of it. They will be first and second level support. They'll be giving it. Obviously. Okay. Because the main things would be is like partner. They will provide first and level, second level customer support. They'll be giving it available for all the time, because it's their capability to take care of it. Private cloud, in the sense, you will be having S4 infrastructure abilities. You'll be taking of it. Infrastructure to the cloud, but keep payroll as is and all, we will be keeping, because here also your SAP HCM system, we have to see it. But the S4 HANA system, it would be like a web enabled system. It will be our regular one, how it will be, though it is a earlier how the SAP was there. We have to install 500 GB of SAP servers into our system. There will be one server system, and the client system will be there. In the client system, we used to have a SAP GUI and all, and where we will be running all our payroll process, time, attendance tracking, options management, and everything will be running on our SAP HCM system, and we'll push it to the payroll system. Payroll engine will runs the payroll, and it will do the pay slips generations and all, and we will transfer to the accounting system. Like that, it will be there. So that entire system is on a premise place, because you have to maintain. If you want to run that one, you should be having a huge infrastructure. You have to keep it. But when it comes to cloud, it is very easy for us. Cloud will be managing of all these things. No need to go for a upgrades, or no need to go for a service packs, or no need to go for all this. Every 6 months, the system itself, the SAP itself says that this is the new features, right? Delta kind of. So new features we have got it. So you have to go and enable the new features, enablements, upgrading of the systems. Okay, update. We generally call it like updates. So every 6 months we'll get the updates. We have to do in the updates. But whenever you're maintaining your actual SAP HC system, you have to do the, because this payroll will not run on ECC 7, ECC 5 or 6 or whatever it is. Latest is like ECC 7. You have to install it. So customer systems and all, they have to maintain infrastructure. So all those things are there. So to eradicate all these things, the SAP is saying, okay, you don't want to share your customer payroll system. You use the payroll system like that only. Whereas our employee central payroll system, in the front end, the payroll specialist, they can run every month. They can run the payroll every month from the front end, but back end payroll engine will be there, and back end SAP HCM will be there. For that reason, obviously, still we have to know about this PCRs and the schemas and all. We should learn it. Okay, so that is that will be useful for 2 cases. One would be for private cloud edition, and the other one would be is like for premise systems. And partner managed, nothing. The consultants, obviously they're also partner managed in the sense nothing will be there. Okay, so obviously you have to, the partner also will be managed. This is like a deployment part. Okay. Deployment activities and all. But in the partner, if you are working on a customer side, partner will take care of it. Okay, but if you are working in the partner company, obviously you have to know about SAP HCM perfectly.
Yes.
Especially payroll part. So that is what the main things. So how they want to do it and all like this. These are the things. How migrating from on-premise to the cloud, how what all the things, what are the steps which are doing it, system transformation and migration, payroll. So migrating payroll to employment payroll, what are the steps I'll discuss. Okay. So tomorrow I'll discuss with those couple of things and all, how to do it and all, because I'll just prepare one couple of slides of that particular PPT part, and then I'll show it to you. Okay, now the second thing, coming on to this second part. So the overview, and for next 2 to 3 sessions, we will discuss about overview and the mapping tables. What are the mapping tables and the configuration steps from the employee central side, what we have to do it. Okay, so configuration steps, employee central payroll side, what all the things that we have to do it. And now I'll explain about how the employee central and employee central payroll integration overview we will discuss. So the first thing would be the first steps majorly, because whenever you're working on this particular EC employee central payroll system, okay, so the this system would looks like this. Okay, so the integration would works on this particular part. Okay, so each and every thing because the integration between these things will happen. Okay, integration to employee central using a point-to-point integration methodology. Okay, if you see in the picture, you can see the blue colored one would be like a point-to-point connection part.
Okay.
Okay, so the first step, obviously, so you can see the first, because understanding the business integration between Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll, obviously it will happen through a point-to-point method. And whereas some other integrations also is there, which is nothing but cloud platform integration. If you want to integrate with any of the third-party systems, maybe for example, your system is in Oracle, your HR core HR system. If it is happening from a third-party core system, because see, the things here is like, here also you have to keep in mind the integrations, how it will be happening. Okay. If it is integration between SAP HCM to ECP, okay, Employee Central Payroll will happen through a point-to-point integration. Okay. Employee Central Payroll using point-to-point integration, which is integration between Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll. Okay, so Employee Central Payroll is nothing but feel like it is like a SAP HCM payroll system. Okay, so Employee Central is a SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central, so that it should be connected to Employee Central Payroll, means point-to-point methodology should be happen.
Yeah.
Okay, and if any third-party systems like Oracle HRMS or PeopleSoft HRMS or Workday HCM, the Workday HCM, in the sense they are maintaining the core employee data in which is nothing but employee records. Okay, employee records. If they are maintaining the employee records in SAP, either they will be maintaining in Workday HCM or PeopleSoft HRMS or Oracle HRMS or some other HRMS systems. Okay, but they want to run the payroll in Employee Central Payroll system. How they want, how they will integrate it? They will be integrating with a CPI, cloud platform integration. So that is a big picture, because that you have to learn once you've done a couple of implementations on these ECP point-to-point methodology, then you will be learning in that way. Okay. For that, that is a different role, which is called, there should be help of CPI would be there, but your job being a SF consultant, your job would be to do the data replication. How you will be doing the data replication in point-to-point, the same thing there also will be doing it. So no change, but CPI consultants will be there. They will take care of that integration and all. But see, out of 10 years of experience for me, now I entered into the CPI. So that is the time frame that we have it, or timelines that we have it to have it. Okay, because this is like a system which emerged very fastly so far. So that is the reason, obviously, the integrations would come into the picture, because first thing would be is like what you may have a question, what these 10 years Ruben has done, because I have done multiple projects in multiple modules. Because to understand SAP employees and SAP SuccessFactors itself, it took 10 years. Okay. So because we will not stay with one particular module, right? We will be jumping onto recruiting, PM, performance management, goal management, and then coming to the Employee Central Payroll, onboarding, analytics, SAP Analytics Cloud, workforce management, workforce analytics and planning. All these modules we have to cover it. Then only we can enter into, because the CPI is nothing but it's a code where we have to do some XML coding. A strong XML coding and ABAP coding also is required. So being a functional consultant, whether it is good or bad, we have to learn at some point. Okay. So that point, obviously, it comes between 6 to 10 years of time. So now actual for me, when I was coming from a SAP HCM background and to a SuccessFactors. So obviously I was at a 6th year of my SuccessFactors implementations. Okay. Earlier to that, I was in SAP HCM implementations. I've done complete implementation for all modules. Okay. So this would take you as a ladder for you to step by step. You have to learn, means it will take a little time. So for that reason, CPI for systems integrations with third-party systems, you can keep it little later. Okay, but
Later.
now
Okay.
first Employee Central Payroll, how the understand the business integration between Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll using point to point, how we can do it. Okay. The first step, obviously Employee Central is a mandatory system. Obviously,
Yes. Yeah.
it's a record for employee. It's a system of records generally. Okay,
Yeah.
so all HR events, anything managed in Employee Central Payroll, all payroll relevant data it should be replicated to payroll or maintained in Employee Central part. Obviously, you can see all our tiles you might be seeing in Employee Central UI mashups that we will be calling it like, right? So obviously will be maintained in Employee Central parts only, but integration should be taken place taken place part and all. So the first thing would be HR. Obviously, you might be seeing this picture, right? In SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central system, you will be maintaining of all these personal as a EC payroll consultant. You have to maintain it. Obviously, who will be maintaining the HR administrator centers, employee and employee related data into Employee Central system. Okay, once the employee enters private contact data, all biographical data, all payment informations, everything, there'll be even HR administrators enters payroll related informations, maybe the pay groups as well as compensation information, all salary or pay rate in Employee Central systems and all. Okay.
Yeah.
HR administrator most typically they'll maintain all additional tax and social insurance, social all SSN detail, all the things and all they'll be maintaining with respect to compensation, time, benefits and all. But whereas the financials will also integrate in the bottom, you see financials are there. Okay, so these financials will be coming from a it could be any system, whether it could be third-party system or whatever it is. So they will be, it could be like a project-based systems, okay, PBCS systems, maybe JD Edwards systems kind of thing, or even SAP FICO system, HANA finance systems, like that. Any system which will be also integrated with EC. So these systems will integrated through a CPI. Okay, so the data, the finance data, either we will be doing it, the replication and all, we will be doing it through through a load also. Some of the companies like the finance system will send a report to SAP EC system. Okay, SuccessFactors Employee Central system. Okay, so that way also they will be doing it. Okay, so in between the point to point, what it will do, the point to point, if you see, the employee data will send it to the payroll system. The payroll system, what will be doing, the payroll system, payroll processing.
Yeah.
Okay, it will process the payroll system and any legal related reportings in the sense, if it is USA, all the tax related, state-wise tax related or FMLA things and all need to be reported correctly. Okay. So legal activities and all should be, and communication to the authorities. The communication to the authorities in the sense, once the tax is being paid, we have to give it to the tax body. Okay, how much IRS, of the tax is in IRS? Okay, and the salary payment for the employees and pay statement printing also should be taken care. Okay, all these 5 activities will be taken care in Employee Central Payroll system, whereas the data, employee data is coming from Employee Central system, and whereas Employee Central Payroll will do these 5 major activities. Okay, for this activities only, to map these systems, we should have the mappings. So the mappings, mappings can happen through a point-to-point connection. So once the mappings is done, once the payroll processing, legal reporting, communication to authorities, salary payment, pay statement, pricing is all done, after that, it will send a message to Employee Central system, confirmation message, and payroll results will be published in the Employee Central mashups on the tiles. On the portlets, it will be shown to them. Okay. So I'll show it to you, because if you jump onto the system, very eager to learn and everything, we will slowly go it, because step by step we will go and we will jump onto the system. Okay. So that is what will happen. One, payroll results will be published on to the SuccessFactors Employee Central system, and if any payroll postings, obviously from Employee Central, how we will be doing postings in SAP HCM? Because the backend system is SAP HCM system only. The payroll here, the payroll part, the payroll processing, legal reporting, all communication to authorities are happening in the SAP HCM system only. But the showcase, whether the showcase is happening on-premise showcase or cloud showcase, we have to observe. That's all.
Okay.
It means cloud showcase means it will be sitting on the HANA, S4 HANA system, the SAP HCM payroll system. The ECC box is sitting on the HANA system. So then that's why we call it like a HANA HCM system. Okay. This is premise HCM system. Okay. So these are the two things that we have to observe carefully. Okay. So that is what the employee central payroll mainly talk more about on this. Okay. So once we do this, obviously all these things will be happen, especially on before our data migrations, or we have to transport or ask SAP cloud operations what all be there, and we have to keep in mind there are some steps to follow, so which we will be learning those steps and all, each and every step I'll be explaining to you more of. Okay. So mainly the understanding here is like this is what we will do in point-to-point connection. That is our main course. Okay. So what we will be doing in this point-to-point connection, how the employee data is moving into this particular employee central payroll system. What are the info types that are matching to the employee central employee data? Okay. All those things we will be seeing in the point-to-point connection. Okay. So after that, obviously, once it is done, obviously from SAP HCM to we will do a payroll postings to the financials. Obviously, we'll do the payroll postings. Okay. So if you what we have to do is like, if you're already run payroll with an ERP system, on-premise system, and you want to migrate SuccessFactors employee central payroll, what we have to do is like, we have to take the same account. Continuation of SAP ERP on-premise system. The system is initially set up an empty system with the employee central payroll with the higher version or whatever it is, we have to keep in, and then only employee central payroll will work. Okay. So that all highest version of the software components. If you keep ECC 4, and if you are trying to do a payroll system, means employee central payroll doesn't work. Okay, it should be ECC 7 and top only, it should be there. Or if your system is like ECC EHP 7 with service pack of 64, okay, 64 and above, then only we will be having a chance to run the payroll from in a SAP HCM, which will be showcased in the employee central. Okay, as an employee central payroll system. So that is what the main things. So if you see, that is what this picture, the integration, how the integration would work. Okay. So the next one would be, it's like a mapping or a master data overview. This is what the mapping generally will happen. Okay. So are you able to see the screen, right?
Yeah. Mapping master data overview. Yes.
Okay. So each and every the personal information here, you might be knowing SAP HCM info types, right? What I'll do is like for now, as an introduction, this week we will go for an introduction. Next week, first I'll start SAP HCM. Okay. SAP HCM system, and then how we will integrate. That is the second picture, and how the point-to-point connection will be there. That is the third. So these three items we will cover it in our entire course. It will be easy for us. So first 10 for next week, entire for next 10 hours. Starting from next weekend, next 10 hours, we will be dealing with the SAP HCM. Maybe first SAP HCM, how to run the payroll in SAP HCM system. Whenever I'll talk about couple of schemas, additional schemas. General payroll schema, will be there. Understanding of the payroll schema, I'll teach about that. And additional to that, if we change any schema things and if you include any PCR calculations with respect to the basic or with respect to the special allowances, with respect to any FMLA allowances or with respect to 401k PCRs and all, we will discuss.
Okay.
So that is an important things that you have to keep in mind. Okay. The main thing here is like info types. The main factor here would be like info types. How info types would interact. Okay. So the mapping things, how it would be happening. So with which code that we have to with which code, which info type we have to map it. We will be learning in the point to point. The main intention of point to point would be that is what. Okay. So mainly, if you observe on the PPT, if you see there are personal info related things, all country specific taxes, social insurance and all. You will be integrating with biographical information, which is nothing but info type 2, info type 01, info type 2, info type 21, 6, 9, 41 and 15 and 105 and all. Majorly, obviously the payroll thing will be there in the system, right? Obviously the basic pay will be considered under IT 007. Okay. So these are the main important, because what will be considered from the EC will be going to the ECP system. Okay. So majorly date of birth, country of birth, place of birth, birth name, region of birth and all will be comes under a biographical information.
Okay.
Whatever you captured in EC, it should be pushed to the employee
ECP.
On premises or S4 Hana thing. Okay. The first name, last name, or all the status, gender, all comes under the personal, which is also comes under for ECP. It would be like info type 2. Okay. So dependence, first name, last name, DOB, all these comes under dependence info type. Address,
21.
address information 21. 6 it will come. Emails and all 105 will come. Job information. You would able to see job information info types 0, 1, 7, 8 and 16, because 7 and 15 would be additional payments or anything that we will be 15, 16 all will comes under which are related to the job info. The payment info, payment information, obviously 9 will be there. So the basic pay and all will be there, and after that the payment will shown in 9 info type in SAP. ECC. I'll talk like ECC and EC. Okay. So in EC would be like payment info, and the payment information would be 9, and dates and all, company entry date and department entry date, it will take it up. So majorly this is a mapping master data. Okay. Master data overview we would be seeing on these particular info. There are multiple things are there which we will discuss later. For now, this is like mapping and master data overview. You would be able to see it on this particular part. Okay. So the next thing would be job information. What all the fields that you gonna map it, and what is the ID that you are going and do the code mapping and all, you will be doing it. Okay. The first one, company. Obviously the EC field would be like company. So the job information, you have to take care of all these things. Okay, whether all these are filled perfectly in employee central system, otherwise the payroll will not get connected and it will not give the right results. Okay, because obviously company need to be maintained for that particular resource. Obviously location should be maintained. The code mapping would be like we will do the mapping, all the locations will be mapping entries in this particular table in SAP HCM ECP system. Okay. Location map into 2 fields in ERP, inbound, personal area and sub area, which is nothing but obviously the location will be mapped to personal area and personal sub area. You might be knowing personal area and personal sub area in SAP HCM. Not anyhow, we will be recapping, right? So that would be easy. Whenever I explain, you will get into a picture. So this and cost center, obviously cost center, whatever you maintain SAP HCM cost center and EC cost center, if you want to map it, you have to map it. Employee class is nothing but employee class in ECP, which is nothing but work agreement kind of thing. Okay, so work agreement, employee class, either we can do it in employee groups or employee subgroups. So which we can take it, these classes under the code mapping would be work agreement underscore type underscore code would be a work agreement part and all. So these are some of the job information fields. Anyhow, I'll be sharing it. We have to keep in mind, these are the mapping master data mappings. Okay. Job classification, we have to do it with the job under ID. Work schedule, in the work schedule rules, we have to keep it. And in the compensation, this is job information, which is like a employee central part. So code mapping is the main important things, which we will be seeing these code mappings in ECP. Okay. So the code mappings is important, where you have to see these are the important things that we have to keep in mind, and we have to map it correctly, the mapping part. Okay. So the next one, compensation information, where you will be going and mapping of these things. The pay group, which is a EC field, the mapping should be under pay group under code. Okay. So this mapping should be length equals to 4, pay scale groups constant. So the mapping, the value, obviously the pay group value in EC, we have to ensure whenever you are running employee central payroll. So if any HR, whenever employee central configuration is happening, obviously anyhow the pay group is a 4-letter length only in EC also. But even when you are doing a code mapping, it should be 4. Okay. The pay component, obviously the compensation component underscore type underscore ID will be a code mapping things and all. Okay. So currency, the same currency code, the mapping would be, obviously it will be happen as a default mapping. We can no need to worry about amount or issue date and all, but the frequency which we need to map it with the ECP would be like a code mapping. We should have a separate code mapping, compen underscore recurring underscore frequency underscore code would be is like a code mapping part and all. Okay. So these are the mappings, the major mappings you might be seeing. These are the major mappings. Obviously you will see it across these things. Okay. So major activities and all we have to do it, because these are the code mappings, important things and all that we have to do it. Okay. So because whenever you see in employee central portlet, okay, so whenever you're seeing a payroll in employee central payroll info type, job information, all employee central payroll and custom fields should be mapped to the 001 organization assignment. Okay. Personal information, obviously with the personal data. Job information with the planned working time, because 7 is the info type. And job information of basic pay would be obviously info type 8. So because whenever you configure this, the query, the API query for the replication of employee data from employee central to employee central payroll, it should be customizing from the personal management integration settings. We have to do it. Okay. In SAP EC part and all. Once we learn SAP HCM, I'll tell where we will be doing the configuration of point-to-point replications, replication of custom MDF objects. We will see it. Okay. So and when it comes to the steps, each and every, so the configuration steps is quite easy, but you should be strong in SAP HCM. Then these employee central configuration steps or ECP configuration steps would be very easy for us. Obviously in employee central, what all we will do, we will have, these are the 20 steps we have to do it. Okay. So this we will cover it in 2 to 3 classes. Okay. All these steps and all configuration steps. Okay. This is through in employee central, we have to do it. Okay. After that, there are 20 steps we have to do it. We have to do those 20 steps. After that, in employee central payroll system, we have to do these particular steps. Configure SAP info type. Yeah, 17 steps. Configure SAP info type actions. We have to do it. Key mapping of company code, locations, all these things. And here, if you see, configure waste type processing as important. Waste type processing in the sense, you should be learning, you should know about SAP HCM payroll system perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is the reason I want to tell SAP HCM system first, and then we can move on to run these particular employee central system payroll configuration steps and all. So all these 17 steps we have to do it, and finally configure EC API query. We will be doing it because the setup of web services communication from ECP to EC we will be doing it. So for that we will be having one technical user, we will be creating it. After that we will set up the web services in SOYO manager, which is we have to set up the connection data, we have to ping EC APIs, and we have to set up data sharing configurations and all. Okay. So these are 14, 15, 16, 17 are the connections. Okay. And both the sites, because you might be asking earlier, what are the systems that we should have it? EC and employee central payroll system should be there. These two are the important systems. Okay. ECP is nothing but in the background SAP HCM system. So ECP, till 12 steps, we have to do all the replications. We have to configure the base types. After 7th steps, we will go for a replication employee key mapping table, which I've shown this a mapping table. Okay, those tables we have to do it. After that, time data integration we have to do it. Okay, and then we have to do the point-to-point replications. Okay. So this is what we will be doing it across. These are the important for employee central. In employee central system, we will be doing it 20 steps, and whereas in employee central payroll system we'll be doing 17 configuration
17 steps.
Okay. So with these, the employee central configuration, employee central payroll, we will be learning it. After that, we will go and run the payroll PCC. In PCC, we will go and run the payroll, how the data is flowing, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Before that, we should be learning SAP HCM, and we should understand the payroll schema in SAP HCM payroll system.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the main thing, how the things handle. Okay. So whenever we catch up tomorrow, I'll recap the session 1, and we will move on to the settings, how we can do the settings, especially for provisioning settings. I'll show it to you. After that, we will go to SAP HCM. We can start, and also I'll be showing some of the majorly a couple of slides on how we can migrate on-premise payroll to the employee central system. What are the steps that we have to do it? Migrating on-premise payroll to SAP SuccessFactors employee central payroll. Why should I move to the employee central payroll? All those things and all. I'll take it for 1.5 hour kind of thing. Okay. So this is for today, because if I inject more, also it would be. So to recap, I've discussed about the deployment options and how good the employee central system, and what are the mapping things, and how the architecture of ECP we have seen it. Okay. So which is nothing but ECP architecture, whatever I've shown on the slide number 4, right? So I'll be showing it again. So this is the architecture. Okay. This is the main integration picture architecture, also we can say. And inside architecture, what will be there, what all the mapping techniques that we have to follow. This is the one. Okay. So these are all the things that we have seen today.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP SF EC Payroll module? Option A, to manage employee recruitment. Option B, to handle employee time and attendance. Option C, to process employee payroll and related calculations. Option D, to handle employee performance evaluations. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Just to recap what we have discussed yesterday and all, go through the slides. So are you able to see my screen, right? First thing we have discussed about deployment models. The first deployment models, whatever we have shown, it would be is like the majorly the 4 deployment models. Okay, so obviously one would be is like quick. It's like a employee central payroll, which is like a cloud contract with SAP. The another one would be like a partner managed cloud for SAP SuccessFactors, which is like a contract with the partner. And after that, the other one would be like HANA private cloud edition, which is with contract with partner. And the other one would be is like a on-premise, which is obviously contract with SAP, and the infrastructure and all, the company itself, they have to maintain. The customer itself, they have to maintain because they want to stay on premise, right? SAP HCM, keeping payroll as is like that. So that is the 4 deployment options we learned. And then after that, we learn about the architecture, which is like integration overview, how SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central, which I'm showing on the screen, right? So all the point-to-point connection, what exactly the employee data, how it will transfer to employee central payroll system, and whatever the once the payroll processing is done and legal reporting is done, so we will publish the payroll results and all, we would able to see it. Okay, so that after that we have discussed about with mapping and master data overview, and what all the master data overview parts and all we have discussed. And also we have discussed about more on the compensation information and the job information portlets, what all the mapping and master data mappings, what all the things that we have to do it, we have discussed. So, and then after that, we have checked with the configuration steps we have to follow with respect to employee central side. All the 20 steps that we have to follow, and post that we have discussed about all employee central payroll side also, what all the things that we have discussed. So 17 configuration steps we have discussed and all, but in detail each and every step, that is the part that we gonna do the configuration, and we will I'll be explaining it in our payrolls employee central payroll training and all. Before that, as I said, like I'll be giving the training, SAP HCM training on HANA cloud itself, S4 Hana. So now first thing, today what we will be learning here is like, so that is the main thing, how we can migrate on-premise payroll to employee central payroll, the system, how we can transformation and the migration, not a payroll re-implementation kind of things. So what all the things that we have to do, so which we are seeing it over here. So the first thing here is like the SAP system landscape optimization, where you could able to see the predefined methodology, which is like a preparation, the documentation and realization phase, and the deployment. So on-premise payroll, migrating on-premise payroll to the employee central payroll, for which we will be seeing, which we will call it like as a upgrade to success. So where the program will always have the configuration accelerators and all. Accelerators are nothing but predefined things. So predefined methodology, because already SAP HCM will be there in the systems, which we want to migrate it as an employee central payroll. So for which we will be bringing this SAP HCM onto the S4 Hana. So that for that, what all the existing accelerators and what are the integration and data migration tools, all will be used as one set, and we will do it as one component. We will make it as that premise thing to bringing on to S4 Hana system, and S4 Hana system will be integrated with the employee central payroll in PCC payroll control center. When you go to the payroll control center in the SuccessFactors platform, it will directly takes us to the S4 Hana SAP HCM system to run the payroll and all. So it means what it contains. It will be having a predefined configuration, accelerators, process libraries, and everything will be there. If you see the steps, each and every step, if you see here, it will go with steps analyze, and we will be having a data migration, because the first thing we will analyze how the system looks like, SAP HCM, how hard that the SAP HCM system, what kind of schemas are there, whether it is a standard schema, standard payroll schema, or any customized schema is there or not, how many info types that they are using it in their particular system. Okay. Migrating on, now we are discussing about migrating on-premise payroll to employee central payroll. See, this is nothing but just a transformation and migration, not a payroll re-implementation. It means we are connecting employee central to employee central payroll with a point-to-point method, and employee central payroll is nothing but migrating on-premise payroll to employee central payroll. It means so far your SAP HCM system is on premise, but now we are moving on to the HANA cloud system. Okay. So for that, what we will be doing, first we will analyze, and what is the data migration, including customer specific data rules. Rules is nothing but PCRs. Okay. So personal calculation rules, what are there, the personal calculation rules, and what is the customizations that we have done for that particular schemas, and what is the payroll history, how long they are doing the payroll processing. So it could be for 10 years or 20 years data we have to bring it upon. Okay. So we have to bring it, because on premise is one system enabled one. It means in that particular server only that payroll details will be there in the premise. Bringing on to the cloud, okay, the platform is like S4 Hana platform, so which is nothing but employee central payroll only. Okay. So for which, how the system would looks like. Okay. All we have to log in through we have with the URLs only we will be logging it. How the login would be, the PCC through PCC payroll control center. If you want to start the payroll or run the payroll, and you want to stop the payroll, and if you want to do the calculations and all, again you have to come to the SAP HCM system. But how SAP HCM system we will be logging? We need not to go for a GUI system and all. We will be having a S4 Hana platform. So on that platform, we will just go and go to the URL, and we will be logging with the URL part. So that is what the steps for that. First, we have to analyze it. Okay. And after that, data migration, we have to check it. What are the specific data? Okay. Data in the sense, because if they have a very big payroll, okay, which contains of various elements as part. Okay. Various clauses they have put it, various rules they have put it. Okay. Especially we'll discuss about US payroll only. So there could be many benefits are there, many state to state there could be a differentiation is there.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all across the US it won't be one kind of payroll. It is different from state to state, because in California it would looks different, whereas in Virginia or whereas in New York it is looks different. Okay. So that specific data related customer data we have to analyze, we have to check the data migrations first. Okay. And interfaces. So what are the interfaces? If they have ID05 interface. Okay. So especially for US, we will be having a interfaces. These are the document related interfaces, because we have a lot number of documentations in US. Okay. So for to achieve those things, all these interfaces, because the interfaces is nothing but some other repository documents. When these documents are meeting the requirements, meeting the expectations, then the payroll should start and from the starting of that particular month. Okay, if they don't have state insurance, or if they don't have SSN details, if they don't have a valid details, so if they don't have a valid visa process, all these things we have to keep in mind, and then only we will be starting of the payroll. Okay, so for which these are the interfaces which are connected to the payroll system. So those things we have to check it. After that, obviously rigorous testing, because we can't move all the things on-premise. Payroll is directly moving to the employee central payroll, means everything will not be moved. We have to test it. We have to do the regression testing, and we have to implement any new things that we want, any new policies that if you want to bring it, we have to learn for it. Okay, so next the tools, obviously the predefined tools, because all the preparation phase, which is nothing but only simple thing is like already premise system is there, that is a preparation. So directly we want to migrate that on-premise payroll to the employee central payroll. Okay, for that documents is the main thing, and in the realization phase, and we will do the deployment. SAP system landscape optimization will happen, and if it is happening, partner developed migration tools, anything if it is partner migration developed migration tools are there, we can migrate. Generally the migration can happen through point to point data migrations, or through the point to point replication methodology only it will go, or if any if you want to do it through CPI also, it can be done, but the partner development having any migration techniques, because generally in EC, so we will go for a synchronization method from one instance to another instance, whereas we will do the system refresh. Okay, system refresh and entire configuration from EC to EC to PMGM, or PMGM to recruitment, or recruitment to PMGM, recruitment to EC, all those things will happen and also instance to instance we will do it, the migrations with the SuccessFactors tools only. But whereas if we are doing the migration between any third-party systems, though the CPI or point to point will help, but there could be some migration tools. Migration tools is nothing but we'll be having in SAP HCM, generally we will do it, the data migrations and all, we will do it with some of the LSMWs kind of thing. Okay, so the data loads and all, we will do it. So that way, either that tools, if already customer is having, then it's okay. If we will help them and we will do it. Okay, next one would be is like now earlier we used to call SF HCM. Now they're calling human experience management. Human capital management, human experience management. This is the main thing that they want to call it, like human experience management move program, because why they changed it on premise, generally we call it like HCM. Okay, so when you're moving this HCM to employee central payroll, that is the reason they call it like HXM. Okay, human experience management. Okay, so this is what you would be seeing, and considerations, if you see it, all cloud strategy definitions, what all the definitions that we want to do it, and quick returns. So how the things, whenever we are putting onto the employee central payroll, immediately we can start using or not, we have to think on that. Agreement, whatever the scope that we want to do it, eliminating core modifications, because first, any modifications that they have it already in payroll systems, if they have a complicated modifications, if they want to do it on the initial transformation and migration time, we will not be doing it. Okay, that we have to clearly tell to the customer. So if they have the calculations, because some of the companies, they'll calculate their the net salary with multiple components. Okay, so they may calculate it, though they may calculate it on hourly basis, even in the hourly also they may go for a positive in and out factors. Okay, we generally call it like positive in and out factors, whereas out of 1 hour, if if see this could be happen on the manufacturing units and all. If they stay continuously for 1 hour, then only they want to pay $20 per hour. Okay. If in between, if they left before 10 minutes or before 15 minutes, like that, 5 minutes and all grace period, okay. But before the missionary, if they left 1 hour, 15 minutes before, 15 minutes less than 1 hour, they want to give some rate. Okay. So these kind of calculations would be like core modifications and all. Okay. So if they want to do such kind of, at the time of migration, they don't want to make it the modifications. We want to eliminate those modifications and all, because in manufacturing units, they want to pay the salaries or pay the amount as a each and every peanut point. They want to consider each and every hour or even each and every minute also. Okay. So generally it is happening on because of whatever the customers have seen, it was happened. So we have to run the payroll according to their modification, custom modifications. Standard will say hourly. Okay, hourly these many hours. If they work for a week, 20 hours, 20 into $40, give the $800, give them. That's all. So that is a standard procedure. But in some of the companies, they go for a positive based on that positive time management, because the employee logins at morning 9:15 and he left at 10 o'clock. No, he should be stay till 10:15 only. Then I want to pay $40. If he stays only up to 10 o'clock, then it calculates for a 45 minutes. Okay. So that is the reason. So all the modifications, many customers don't have a true core modifications and all, but generally that level we don't have it. For one of our customers, I have observed it. So that is the reason I've just given him one example. Okay. So many customers don't have true core modifications. They don't want to do the modifications during the migration time and all. Okay. So later, but we have to consider eliminating core modifications. We want to consider it. We will not. We can upfront. We have to tell. We want to give it. We want to do it the core modifications once the migration is done. So that is what we have to do it, and plan on historical data. Obviously, if the historical data is not there, so we will be it will be a big trouble, because if any employee wants, if that HR wants to see last year salaries, okay, so that is a history for them. Okay. So obviously it will be there, but for one of the employee, they want to see it. Okay. Or one of the customer has this kind of requirement. They had it, history data of 10 years back, history data. Okay. It means for that historical data, we have to plan. Okay. So that is the main considerations that we have to keep in mind while we are doing it, this particular transformation and migrations. Quick ROI, return on investment. That's all, nothing but. Because on-premise payroll to employee central payroll, if you are investing from premise to, because in later stages, you will remove of your payroll, premise payroll, right? Once you are flexible with employee central payroll. Okay. So you have to think that whether after migrating from premise payroll, because see, payroll, running of the payroll processing is also one investment kind of thing every month. So whether you will get that returns immediately or not. Returns in the sense whether that effort, whatever the effort that daily we are putting, every month we are putting on premise, whether that can happen on employee central payroll or not without any problems, without any issues. Okay. Because see, as I said, like once you done this, once you've done the payroll processing, you have to go for a legal reporting. Okay. Communication to authorities, salary payment, pay statement printing. All these 5 should happen through a cloud based only. Okay. All these 5 will have, so far you have done all these 5 factors on premise system. So much of infrastructure we spent on it. Right. So those are all things we are migrating to the cloud. So whether whatever the investment that we put it on cloud, it is being returned or not, we have to validate it.
Okay.
So here in a premise system, you might be getting a lot of infrastructure cost and all will happen, right? But on the cloud, it is like a licensed base.
Yes.
Okay, this
Yeah.
month,
Yeah.
if you want to run this much for these many users, you have to pay this much of the amount. But
Yeah.
whereas it is in SAP HCM, you have to maintain a very big servers. We are not sure when that going to be having a problem on the infrastructure side. If it is any technical issue, SAP technical issue means we can't do it, right? But whereas in cloud, it won't be like that.
Yeah, everything will be taken care.
Everything will be taken care. So that is the things that we have to keep in mind. So which is like quick ROI kind of thing. Okay. So and coming on to the migrating on-premise payroll to SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll. Why should I move to Employee Central Payroll? Re-implementation is not necessary. Why you want to do it? Okay. So these are the some of the 4 factors. Maintain investment in SAP payroll. Okay. So reduce long-term total cost of ownership, as I said, like because keeping a very big server that much costs some crores of rupees. Okay. Future proof, simplify and innovate. Okay. So which is like only one clickable thing when you run, if you want to run the payroll. Okay. While you are running the payroll, if you get in premise, if you get any technical issues like server crack or server failure or network issue or network failure, on that day you have to wait until that resolve. Right. So those factors are there, but though SAP has given a perfect solution, a perfect infrastructure, though SAP for our IT infrastructure, we should not blame SAP, right? Especially servers, server switches, networks, all those things, customers are bearing on it. Okay. SAP won't. SAP says, for my if you want to have SAP system, SAP on-premise system, this much of the configuration it should be there. Okay. Your servers are should be up to date. Even your service packs should be up to date of SAP. You should be on the latest version. Every time, every 3 months or every month, we should go ahead with one service pack. Obviously, we would have fed up with on-premise tools and all. You might be knowing, especially most of the customers, they had a problem with. But it is a nice system to run a payroll or to run the time evolution and all. It is a nice system only. But infrastructure cost has become as a long-term total cost of ownership, because that total cost of ownership will be very high at that time. Okay. So if you move to this particular payroll system, it will easily maintain investments and all. It would be easily maintained, because if I'm SAP on-premise payroll customer today, it does make sense for me to migrate to the SuccessFactors Employee Central Payroll, because as I said, like this is going to be the very easy process, very easy to see. What all the things that you can see is like maintain investment in SAP payroll, solve immediate need without a large scale rip or replace. Keep existing payroll investments. For example, no need to do a payroll calculations and configurations and all. Nothing you are doing it. Only the thing that particular SAP HCM payroll component you just putting onto the S4 Hana system platform. We're just going and putting onto the cloud. Okay. Same your SAP HCM system only, but we are putting onto the ability to move existing data, including employee data and payroll results. It could be on cloud most of the time. So S4 Hana premise means, obviously, see, cloud and premise is nothing but 2 variations. Cloud is nothing but cloud is being maintained by SAP. Whereas a premise, the customer has to bear it. If he wants to have a HANA cloud, if they want it, HANA premise system, if they want it, entire HANA infrastructure, they have to purchase it. Which we will call it like private kind of thing. Okay. So that is the reason it may cost very high. Okay. Taking a private cloud and keeping with you partner with contract with partners or contract with SAP would be very high in picture. So that is the reason better if you want to go Employee Central Payroll with a public cloud, with HANA public cloud only. Okay. So but HANA public cloud also it is costly only, but not like a private cloud cost. S4 HANA on-premise means obviously it is the servers and all will be with the customers.
Okay.
But the tool how they are maintaining is like HANA, S4 HANA premise means they will be that. See, HANA in the sense, what is HANA? HANA is a basis component actually. It's a platform where you will be keeping your SAP modules and all, you want to keep it. So if you want to keep HANA on customer infrastructure or a cloud infrastructure. Okay. So cloud infrastructure will be taken care by SAP because it's their product. If you want to put it on their infrastructure, then it's a bearable of customers. He has to take the license of S4 HANA. Not a private cloud. Cloud is a different one again. Cloud in the sense, cloud will taken care by a partner, that is called private cloud. Private cloud edition. Private cloud edition is like PCE and HANA on-premise, HANA cloud on HANA cloud. So two differentiations we have it here. You have to keep in mind. See, S4 HANA is nothing but it contains of database. And it is like a platform kind of thing. So if you want to see earlier for SAP products and all, who was the database? Obviously, it could be like Oracle or PLSQL or Sybase, or those were the database customers, right? For SAP, SAP will be on one server and the database would be in the back end. The front end SAP will be there, in the back end Oracle will be there. But when the S4 HANA came into the picture, S4 HANA itself is one database. Database which contains a platform where you can put your SAP components all together. Got it? So if you want to put these SAP components, whether you want to put it onto a public cloud or whether you want to put it on a private cloud edition or whether you want to put it on premise, they want to go with these like on premises fee. But on premise, they will be stopping the services by 2040. If the customer is thinking for a long standing, because the customers might be 100 years of data. If they want to bring in 100 years of data, what they will believe so far, SAP supports on-premise things, we put it our 100 years of data into our infrastructures. Every year or every month or every 6 months, we used to update the servers, we used to switch the servers, we used to maintain the networks, and everything is we are maintaining, customer is maintaining. But when you come to this particular picture, all these 100 years of data, you want to migrate it from on-premise to S4 HANA system. So in the S4 HANA also, what way you want it? Private is this much of $10 million cost per year. So private means, whereas public means $1 million per year. What is the difference? If that particular customer want to invest on IT, if they want to invest on IT for about their data, they will go for a private cloud edition. Otherwise, they'll go for public cloud. No, we want to maintain on-premise only, we will maintain on-premise. Private cloud edition. It means partner will maintain that cloud and it is like $10 million. But whereas there is another option, partner managed cloud also will be there. Which costs $15 million, which means the entire cloud is with the partner only. So this cloud private cloud edition would be with SAP only, but the cloud is private. Private in the sense it will be managed through a partner. So a partner and SAP will give the support to that cloud and all. Okay, whereas there is another thing which is called partner managed cloud. It means SAP will not touch anything on that particular cloud. Partner will manage that cloud. Okay. So in that competition, all the time, even Microsoft Azure or IBM Cloud or AWS Amazon Cloud are in the competition with the SAP, because they're telling that, oh, hey SAP, you just put all my customers' data onto my cloud only. Okay, you no need to worry about it. We will take care of entire thing and we will give the services to our customers, which is called a partner. That is what I said. That is more expensive, obviously, because SAP is lifting their hands. I'm just selling. You have to purchase the SAP products, SAP components, and then you have to purchase the cloud component. Many things we have to keep in mind. Okay. So that is what you have to do it. So for which maintain investment in SAP payroll, because it will need not to maintain. If it is premise, that is what I said. In premise, for employee central payroll, if you take 1 year subscription, entire thing will be taken care by SAP. But whereas if it is on-premise system, obviously every month there could be some technical issues would come, because you put your SAP on one particular server. That server might crash, or that server having some problems. That server is nothing but a processing unit. Okay, so it may get some hard disk issues. It may get some RAM issues. Something it may happen. So that maintain investment with a large scale repair replace kind of thing, right? So it may cost very much. Okay. So that one advantage we can have it. After that, you can have reduced long-term total cost of ownership. Okay. Smoother and less expensive upgrades, because every 6 months only one upgrade we will get it. Okay. So, and reduce change management, no physical infrastructure cost. That is what they are telling. Reduction of technical cost, basis cost. That is what I am telling. So no need to upgrade, no need to put a service pack. If you get a problem while running a payroll. Okay. Why? What is the problem? Because the problem is like because of some technical issue, which is nothing but some files are being corrupted. Okay. So those issues and all will not be there. Reduce long-term total cost will be reduced. If you want to purchase a server, it may cost 1 million. Okay. So for 1 million itself, you will get for all your users payroll, and they can see the payroll directly. Right? They can see the pay slips immediately once after running it. Even in SAP HCM, we can see immediately only. The if once after payroll processing, if any server crash, what will happen? Though these things will happen on the cloud also, but the resolution time would be in seconds. But whereas in the physical infrastructure, it would maybe in minutes. It will be. So minutes to seconds, it is very fast. And cost-wise also, it is so smooth. So improved integration with Employee Central, that results in less maintenance and better system performance. That is what mainly they say. Okay. So future-proof, ensure all the latest SAP functionalities available to you, because in our ECP, specific functionality released every half year. Okay. Every half year with some of the systems with quarterly innovations, they're having it, and dedicated payroll landscape, which allows updates to new functionality at customer discretion, because customer want to change it, anything, no timeline limits on maintenance. Because that is what, if any SAP components get crash, okay, in our premise, so SAP has to replace it. Okay. The components, in the sense, which will be components, is nothing but it's like a small software and only. Okay, where the basis will do that things and all. But whereas in these cloud versions, it won't be. Okay, and simplify and innovate, because revisit outdated process to standardize, improve, and automate. So all newer functionalities such as payroll control center, which I'm telling, that is what the main piece for us. Okay, remove unnecessary and expensive customizations. Okay, so because what they have come up here in PCC is like, see, initial payroll, when we have done a initial US payroll, that time we used to run only a basic payslip content.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we are unable to include benefits, we are unable to include calculations, we are unable to include new schemas, we are unable to include rules and all, we are unable to include some discretion methodologies or discretionary bonuses part, or 401k or family FMLA part, nothing, or tax liabilities, tax slabs and all. We were not able to do it, all those. Just the payroll cycle will run. How much is the salary? The salary per annum, it is like the $35,000. When it $36,000, when it comes to monthly 3,000, in that 3,000 taxes, direct taxes, some it is being calculated and the net pay will be there. But later we have developed the SAP HCM payroll system with all the calculations with respect to PCRs and schemas. Okay, so all those things, they brought it onto one particular control center where you can run it. Okay, if you want to do the changes from payroll control center itself, you can go and connect it to your SAP system. You can open the PC, you can open the schemas, and you can go and change the PCR calculations. Maybe till this year we used to pay 40% of amount as one particular relevance. But this year onwards, the government has changed. We have to pay 50% of factor. 50% of factor we have to pay it. So that particular 10% calculation where we will be going and doing. Obviously, in premise we will go into the PCR and we will change it. They're also the same way, but we will go and do it through the payroll control center.
Okay.
So that is what the main simplify and the innovate. EC from EC front end only we will go. What it is there, like SAP HCM payroll system is connected to Employee Central Payroll system. Okay, which is payroll. Employee Central Payroll means PCC only. Okay. So when you log into PCC, if you want to do modifications and all, you will go to the you will be logging into the PCC. From PCC you will go to the SAP HCM system. That platform earlier see how you might be knowing of it. SAP HCM, SAP how it has emerged and all. So earlier it is like a standalone system, okay, where you have to install into the servers, and from there you will be logged. Later NetWeaver came. NetWeaver Pictures came. Okay, NetWeaver in the sense some URL level based. Now S4 Hana came. Okay, it means fully web-based enablements. Okay, web-based enablements, fully web-based enablements. No need to log in through GUI and no need to log in and see it. So from next week onwards, I'll show you HANA system, how you can go and log in into the SAP system. Once you learn about HCM payroll, then we will jump onto the PCC.
Okay.
So this is what the main migrating on premise payroll to SAP SuccessFactors. These are the two important, because these two slides are the main thing, because now we want to give it, especially on this is the main activities. This is the questions that we may get it also. So why should we move to the Employee Central Payroll? Why, if it is you're already having a good exposure in SAP HCM payroll, why you want to move it to Employee Central Payroll? So some of the highlights we have to tell is like, these are some of the highlights we can tell.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We will, in Employee Central Payroll System, which is like a HANA SAP HCM system, we will see about these biographical information in all info types and teach about all the info types and how to run the payroll, the HCM side. Once you're done with this, how we can move our payroll results to the financials, all those things we will cover it. Okay, so these are the steps that we're gonna do it, right? So yeah. These are all from Employee Central. Maybe I'll a little discuss about Employee Central side. What are the configuration steps? Okay. Okay. So this is the first step would be like we have to update the data models and all MDF information steps and all. Okay. So these are the Employee Central side, and whereas payroll side, we have to configure SAP info type actions. So this configuration of actions and mapping of organizational terms and codes, update work schedules. So we will create the work schedules, default custom fields for the work schedules, mapping of the work schedules, define data types and the waste types. Along with the waste types, we will discuss about the PCRs. What are any custom PCRs? I'll tell a couple of custom PCRs and how to change the standard schemas. These are the 7. Make sure these are the 7 important steps. We will go each step by step. Okay. Okay. Now, suppose that we will have from tomorrow we will start. I think we will get the anyhow. They'll get it. If they didn't get it, I'll do my gut feeling. Okay. I'll show my customers one. Okay. So I don't want more on waiting from their side and all. Okay. So, but for practice, you take it from them. So do it. Okay. But what my worry about here is like, if I do it on one system and if you practicing in other system, there won't be a sync. So that is the reason I'm asking. Whatever I do, what if I create one waste type, you have to create parallel in the same system. So that is what if I create any work schedule, you have to create
one more verse as a practice. Okay.
Yeah, as a practice. So because this could be like, if I do it in one system, if you are doing it in another system, it won't be a sync, or you will not be understanding of some of the technical issues if we get it on that particular system and this particular system. So I don't want to make you confuse on that. So better you have one system, but anyhow, in the live environment, you have to play with multiple systems. But if you play once, then later onwards you can play whatever. But on one system, it would be good to have it. Okay. So let's open the Employee Central system and how we can have this refining. Maybe you might be knowing in the Employee Central. So first step would be refine succession data model. So we have to refine this succession data model as per the Employee Central payroll. Okay. For this, what we have to do is like we have to update data models and the MDF information. You might be knowing how to download the data models. So from provisioning, we will be downloading it, right? Let me go through with one provisioning system. So now we have to refine the succession data model. Okay. How there are first thing would be is like, after that we will go to the MDF payment information and we will start doing it, because once we done the payroll, once we run or once we complete the payroll result should appear on the payment information. Okay. For that, the first step would be like we have to refine succession data model. So for this, we have downloaded the succession data model file. Mainly, what kind of refinement that we will do it, we will see that. Okay. So what all the steps that we gonna see is like now in the succession model we have to do some changes. Okay. So those are the changes that we have to do it. So each and every step that we will see it. Okay. In CP,
mainly the point-to-point connection. Okay, so with that, first we will try to edit the succession data models. All we have to do is like data replications and all we have to do it. So first thing what we have to do is like when we go for refine succession data models, so which is an important thing where we whenever we are integrating with Employee Central, okay, the Employee Central payroll would require this refinement should be there. Okay. So first thing what we have to do is like if you want to see what is the what is there in this succession template. Okay. So what we can see is like we can go to the window, upload. Yeah, you might be knowing that thing. So good. So whatever we see here, it is like whatever we done the changes, we can see it on the change log also. But for now, if you see, this is like a tree structure. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes. Yeah.
This is the main succession data model. So this has all the all standard template details.
Yes.
In this, what you can do is like first search for payment. Okay, so this is the payment what you get it.
Okay.
Total payments. Okay, and next what all the things if you see total payments and payment information.
So there is like XML editor also, right? We can do it on that also.
Yeah, XML editor also is there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the payroll information.
Okay.
So the main first thing here is like this is the tab element ID is related to the payroll integration. This particular piece of information should be available in the XML pad. Okay.
Okay.
So that what will happen? This payroll can be integrated with Employee Central payroll. It means Employee Central and Employee Central payroll with this particular tab. Obviously payroll tab will be there, so that you can see on the system. The tab also you can see on the system.
Okay.
Integration, and also this is required for any payroll system. Okay. So without this payroll system, you cannot with this particular information, if it is not there, then the tab will not in the system. The tab in the system, the tab will not be visible. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Just in Employee Central system, it should be there by default. It will be there. If not there, we have to ensure this payroll information is there or not.
Okay. Okay.
Otherwise, we would be having we have to create this things and all. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So now, once after done this, we have to ensure payroll start date, payroll end date is being configured or not. The HRIS. Okay. If you see the payroll, I'm just going to the payroll, but default it will be there. But we have to ensure that all the payroll things, payroll ID. Okay. Is there or not? If not there, download the standard. Obviously, we will download the standard and copy of this particular payroll ID config and paste it in that respective XML code. Okay. Data model. And why we want to maintain these many languages? If they are using this many languages, then we have to use these languages. Okay. If they're using only GB, if they're using the only payroll system ID, and if they're using only America, US, then we will only that particular two languages we'll be using. But if they're across the globe, they are providing the services for the payroll, then we have to maintain all the
languages.
Okay. So this is payroll system ID. We have to keep it payroll system ID, payroll date. Whenever the payroll, when we have to send to payroll date, that these are the important. But I'll give the list. Don't worry. Okay. But all the minimum. That is what I'm telling. Refining of succession data model. Why we want to refine it is like these are the important payroll related configuration must be there.
Okay.
So payroll date, sent to payroll date, or all these payroll end date should be there. Okay. And HRIS field, obviously, whenever you're doing the mappings, because we are doing a mapping with the employee central payroll system. Employee central payroll system sits in employee central platform only, SuccessFactors platform only, but backend the system is connected to SAP HCM payroll system.
Yeah.
So that is what we have to. So for that, the HRIS mapping also, HRIS ref ID equals to payroll ID is important. So this is the main, these are the 4 or 5 fields we have to keep in mind. One would be payroll integration field, would be payroll ID, and the start date and end date of the payroll. Start send to payroll date. And so these are the 5 fields we have to keep in mind. So if it is not there, simply from the standard XML, it will not be there for all the customers. And why? Because if the customer has having a employee central payroll system, it will be visible in our succession data model. Okay. So if not there, we have to configure it. Because generally these days they are giving it defaultly, because this steps these days they are not doing it. Why? Because these are all in the employee central, it is coming defaultly.
By default. Okay.
But we have to ensure that. So when you want to refine the succession data model, you have to refine and you have to do it. Okay. So this is these are the so refine employment type. That is whatever I'm telling it like. So now we have seen the payroll details and all. Okay. First, refine succession data model. Now we have to go to the. Before that, I just want to tell you, here is like, first thing here is like, in the provisioning settings for employee central payroll, we have to activate the employee central payroll integration.
Yes.
So first thing is, this is the one. What we have to do is like, we have to go to the employee central payroll integration in the provisioning system. Let me open the provisioning system. I'll just show it to you where we have to activate it. And so we have activated all those 5. Right now, the next steps would be, we have to refine the succession under the employment type, pay scale area. Okay. So we have to go to the employment type. I'm just searching employment type. Okay. So this is going to be employment type. Okay. So this employment type is there or not, we have to check it. So obviously it will be there from the EC side also, employment type will be there. Okay. So all which are related, this employment type field is there, and field will be there if EC is there. Okay. But whenever you done employment info, employment details and all, once you track it, so once you configure these employment info and all, so you have to do the mapping also by giving obviously employment ID, employment details, all will be there. Okay. But the mapping should be there. Okay. The mapping here, if you see, employment type is there in the bottom, you may see all the way. Yeah, this previous one. Okay. See, employment info. Okay. This is the HRS element, employment info should be there. Okay. So this is going to be under the mapping. This particular element also is there, along with payroll ID and the employment info. Mapping in the see, this is under the mapping. This is the code that we have written under the mapping here. Okay. All this is related to mapping. So you have to present it first, this particular mapping details and all. Where it will be mapping and all, I'll show it to you in the PT. Okay. Point to point method. Okay. This you are doing the refinement in the employee central file. This is employee central file, right? So succession data model is nothing but employment file only. Okay. So in this, obviously mappings and all, in this mappings, obviously payroll ID you have to keep it, because that is going to be mapped with the employee central ID, because in the each and every employee will have one payroll ID. So employee along with his employment type. So those 2 details should be there in this EC part. Yeah, SuccessFactors for
EC. But the mapping for HCM is not done here. right?
Not that here.
Okay.
That is what
Okay.
that comes under the PT
Okay.
point to point.
Okay. So this is only
this is like on the same platform. Employee Central will be on SuccessFactors platform, and Employee Central Payroll also will be on the SuccessFactors platform.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So this is only to show up on the front end, on the portlets.
Front end, yeah.
So this mapping is for portlets, whereas the mapping which you do later will be for HCM payroll, right?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
ECP part, but we have to ensure these are all there as an elements or not. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this is just to check whether everything is available front end or not. But there is no way we will do HCM mapping here, right?
Yeah. No way. No way.
Okay. Okay.
That HCM mapping and all, we have to do it in HCM system.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. There, if we do it, it will come over here.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So this is one important step, and later refinement, whatever you have done for employment type, and then also pay scale type and pay scale area, you have to do it.
Okay.
So pay scale. Okay. So pay scale type is there, and it should be visibility or not. Visibility for all the roles. Okay. Pay scale type and pay scale area should be there, both pay scale area and pay scale area. So this is also there. Okay. Pay scale type, obviously it will be there in the Employee Central system, but we are ensuring that we are just refining succession data model for, and we are setting up for our Employee Central payroll system. Okay. So pay scale group is there, pay scale level is there, pay scale level entry date is there, pay scale or when we want to do it, time in pay scale level, pay scale type is there, and pay scale area is there. So all these are the important, but I will let you what are the important, what are the refinement of succession data models that you have to do it. Mainly employment type, pay scale type, and pay scale area. Why? Because why these are the things in employment type. We know this employment type, we have to do the mappings with which one? Employment type will map with the employee group or employee subgroup. Pay scale type will also be with the pay scale type. We have only two things. In EC, you can see multiple pay scale type, pay scale level. In SAP HCM, we'll have only two things: pay scale type and pay scale area. In Info Type 7, if you go and see the basic pay, you can see pay scale type and pay scale area. So to map that, we in our Employee Central system, it is there or not, we have to ensure. So that is the first thing we have ensured. Okay. So after that, what we have to do is like the next step would be is like the second step, which I want to show it. So now you ensure with refining of succession data model.
Yeah,
we have done with that. Okay.
Okay.
So after that, we refining of succession data model by setting off all the pay scale, payroll related things, and also employment type. I'll just write it here. Payroll integration type also we have checked it. Payroll integration, because I'll share this one anyhow. So payroll integration, payroll related ones, and employment type, pay scale area, and pay scale type, and pay scale area. Okay. So all these 5 things we have ensured. Payroll under the payroll integration only, the main things payroll ID, right? So all those things we have. Okay. So this first step we have done. Okay.
Yes.
So I've shown this step also, activating of Employee Central payroll integration. Now setting up the succession data model, we are setting up now. Okay. So for setting up this one, we are updating the data models, which is like we have refined succession data model and validated the payroll integration is done or not, payroll ID is there or not, and type is there or not, pay scale type is there or not, pay scale area. Next one is like we are refining MDF payment information. So payment information details, payment method, bank, country, and account type, we have to check it. So for this, the payment information detail is there not. So how we can see this MDF payment information? Once we go to the system, incorporate data model. In MDF means in managed business configuration, we can see it. Okay, so let me log in into the system. I just logged into the system and I'll I'll open manage business configuration and I'll share it. Right? Okay. So now we have to go for a payment info. So let me share the screen under the manage business configuration. Okay. So we will open the payment information, payment info. Okay. This is the first thing where we have to check the HRIS, all the fields. So in this HRIS fields, what we have to do is like, we will be payment information detail, payment method and bank country and account type, we have to configure. Okay. So what we can do is like, either we can configure generally, the first one would be like the payment method. Okay. So the payment method, and you have to give the label and we have to enable it. Okay. So in the details, if you go, so you would be seeing all what is the payment method that you are doing it if the payroll system is there. Okay. So what is the payment method that you have to follow? And after that, once you finish with this payment method, and you have to add another field, which could be like a custom field or whatever it is, because for whichever you are doing it, bank country and the account type. Okay, if because this is like a payment info MDF object. So for this object, you have to configure yourself. Okay. Generally, for the payroll systems and all, it would be there. Okay. So if it is not there, we have to configure it, because from the scratch, we're showing it to you. So you have to configure payment method one and the custom string, which is for a bank string. Why I've put it is like a string in the sense, this is like a bank country. Okay. So bank country would be is like, obviously it will be a string. It couldn't be a number and all. Okay. So for that reason, the custom string, whatever I have to do it is like, which is nothing but a bank country. Okay. And after that, the country type, you have to choose for a country type. Okay. You can choose any custom number also, or a string also, it is fine. Okay. If you choose for a string, and you can have a custom account type. Okay. Account type is nothing but, so it could be label would be account type. Account type would be like savings or current account or like that. Okay. So because these are the important strings. Why? Because what is the bank country, which country it belongs to, because if you are doing an international payroll, for example. Okay. So for international payroll, for each and every employee, payment information varies between the bank account and all. Okay. Maybe we are running a payroll in USA, and it should be applicable for all USA states and all. Okay. If it is such a case, you will be doing the payment information across that country. You will be having it. For that reason, the bank country should be there.
Okay.
Otherwise, if account number is fine, but bank country should be mapped. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen? Though we are paying across the international markets, though the dollars only we are paying for all our international international employees also, but the bank country should be there, because which country this bank belongs to. Okay. So for that, the bank country should be there, that you will be configuring over here, and the account type majorly. So whether, because some of the accounts could be savings or current, or some accounts should be blocked accounts. So like that, it will be there.
Okay.
So for that, the account type should be there whenever you are doing the payment information part. Okay. So this is the one. After this, these are the refining of MDF payment information part. In the payment information, three things. One is, what is the payment method? Whether it is like a payment method. If you see payment method, so if you go to the details, the label you can give it, and the type of what kind of payment method that it is. So and also you can have the rules and all, you can write it, which I will tell you what exactly all things. Okay. So for now, you just the primary steps. These are the things. Payment method, because in EC you will be running it and you will be throwing it to the Employee Central platform, which is like Employee Central Payroll. So for that, whatever you are doing there, it should come over through payment method only. under the payment information. Here it is only showing of it. Okay? So once you show it, it will just visible with the fields which are required. Okay, what is the payment method? What is the bank country, and what is the account type? Okay. So these are the important, majorly these are the important ones you have to look for. Okay. Payment information. This is like only the information part. Okay. The rest other things, for some countries they'll have under the payment information they can have payment area. Okay. So if they want to segregate it, okay, so they will have payment area. Obviously, pay scale area we will be having it, but with respect to the payment information, if they want to segregate it or separate it, if they want it, they will do it accordingly like this. Okay. So they can configure it. But three main things which are configured or not, we have to check it. So once you do it, if you enable this one, payment info will get enabled, and what are the labels that according to the customer requirement we have to put it.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is the third step that we have to follow. Okay. So far, refining of succession data models with the payroll integration, payroll ID, employment type, pay scale area, configuration is there or not. We have to check it. The second one would be like refining of MDF payment information, which is nothing but what is the payment method, or what is the bank country, and what is the account type. Okay. So this is the one we have to put it. After that, we have to do the refining of the corporate data model. So now we will go to the corporate data model. I'll open in the XML pad. So there some of the fields we have to do it. So let me open XML pad, corporate data model. So here the first step would be we have to open the corporate data model. Okay. So corporate data model, I'm just opening the corporate data model. Open from the, this is the CDM. Okay. Corporate data.
Okay.
Okay. Once you open this, you would be able to see corporate data model with all the details. Okay. In this first thing, what you have to search for is like, you have to do the company. Company is nothing but legal entity. A legal entity, and recommendation based on the employee central payroll field length should be less than or equal to 4. Best practice is to take over the ERP key of the company code, because in SAP HCM, what is the digits of the company code? Digits of the company code would be 4 digits only. There in SAP HCM, you might be seeing of company code would have CA00 or BU00, or if it is if that company belongs to some customer, maybe Walmart means WL01. Okay. W01, like that, they'll have 4 level code only, it will be there. Okay. So the same thing here also in the legal entity we have to follow. Okay. It could be number 3030 or 2020, 1010. Whatever you have done in our SAP HCM, you have to create it. You have to do it in our corporate data model also. Okay. If you are running a payroll for already Employee Central is there, but now you are doing an Employee Central payroll, which means you have to create this company legal entity in Employee Central payroll also. Okay. So far you have some digits and all. How we can do the mapping and all. So in SAP HCM, so far you are running payroll and you are integrating with Employee Central payroll. Okay. So for that, obviously in EC or in SAP HCM, we will follow 4 code. Okay. For legal entity. So if you see the legal entity, if by mistake, if we have done any of the legal entity, the company and all, the first location group. Okay. So legal entity, if you put it more than the label here, and if you put it the company called visibility label, and you have not given any code. Okay. So legal entity, you have not, legal entity code and all, you have not given it. So if you see legal entity code, obviously for legal entity we will be having a code also. So this legal entity would be always with 4 digits only. We will be obviously we observe that. Okay. So if you see legal, if you scroll down, so this is legal. Okay. Association also we have done for the legal entity. Okay. So 1 to 1 legal entity, because this legal entity can be associated with one-to-one entity only. It means legal entity, this company could be associated with the only one location, one cost center, one business unit, one divisions only. So, but the business unit can be associated with multiple legal entities, because now one legal entity is there. Legal entity is nothing but one company. Okay. So the business unit can be associated with some other, for example, the business unit called HR services. HR services for this company would be the same, and for the sister company of that particular, maybe for example, we have some group of companies. Okay, for each group, one would be like enterprises. Okay, the one legal entity will be there. One enterprises is there, and one for products will be there. Okay, enterprises, products, two legal entities. Okay, so one for one legal entity ID, what we ID we put it for enterprises, we'll put some 3030. Products we put it 4040. Okay, only 4-letter word it should be there. Okay, SAP HCM, what we have to do is like, if we create it differently, we have to map it with the company code. We have to do the changes to this particular company code in our Employee Central also.
Okay.
Is only the code part. Okay.
Okay.
Code, obviously, in for example, if we put it in legal entity in Employee Central system, we have a max length of ID 20. So, but in SAP HCM, we will have 4 only. So, if you are maintaining 4 or 5, 6 or like that, we have to cut it down to 4.
Okay.
So, this is what we have to do it for legal entity. So, that defining of the corporate data model. Okay. So, now once you go to this legal entity, you will be going and seeing what is the code, what is the value that is there. How we in manage business configuration only, we will go and check it, the legal entity objects, manage objects. We will go manage organization or manage data. If we go manage data, we will just generally we will go and see legal entity, right? But Employee Central Payroll, if it is there, you have to follow.
Okay. So it's like only 4-digit numerical, or it can be alphanumerical.
Anything. The same should be there. Only 4 characters. What we have to do is like, for that only these days, what we are doing is like, this is the legal entity ID. Okay. Obviously, instead of name, if it is not happening correctly, we can map with this legal entity ID. Entity ID here also, obviously, for anything, we will be mapping with the 4 letters. So that is the feature that we recently brought it from SAP. Earlier, we used to map with the name and all, and our legal company with these things we would have doing it. Later, legal entity ID we can map with easily. Even in SuccessFactors also, legal entity ID would be 4 letters. We can do the corrections here. That is what. So if the same legal entity name, if you want to change the ID with respect to payroll and with respect to Employee Central Payroll, you can change it. EC more with the name, it is being mapped there all the ways. ID we could change it anytime. And how we can change it also, you know, right? We can go to configure object definitions. Okay, configure object definitions, and you can give the permissions to change it also. Okay, so we have to go to the configure object definitions, and you can search for object definition. You go to legal. Okay, so company wise, if you want to change it, you can come over here and you can change it.
Okay.
So if you want to take action, make correction, and scroll down, and this is the code. Okay. So this code would be up to maximum length 32. It is there. Okay. So you have to come over here and you have to map it for 4. Okay. But if you are just following 4, that is fine. So if you go to the details. So earlier it is telling like, obviously the code should be 4 only, but now you can maintain it as 4, but in EC it can happen up to 32. But whenever you're having an Employee Central Payroll, but please follow with the 4-letter code. Okay. It should be common or and there. Okay. So that is the first thing that you have to change it. After that, location. So the location, we have to see location, we have to mapping always required. So location would be is nothing but obviously in SuccessFactors, what is the location? Would be like location in, but in Employee Central, what is the Employee Central? In Employee Central, the location maps into two fields in ERP, which is nothing but in ERP, what are the location? Personal area and personal sub area, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So those in location will always maps into two fields, which is personal area and sub area.
Okay.
Company, which is mapped with the legal entity, which is common, easily we can map it. But whereas location, both the personal areas and personal sub areas, once we have to bring it onto the table with a location. So that is what the main thing, location. If I go to location in Employee Center, we have to go to the location. How location would come? We have to go to manage pay and job structures in EC. So that is the reason whenever you're doing the configuration with specific to Employee Central, you have to do it with all these. Okay, you should be knowing of Employee Central.
Yeah.
Okay, once you go to the location, go for any location, for example, Dubai. Simply I'm just telling it. Okay, so the code here also, the code should map, because in personal area and personal sub area, anyhow, when we get tomorrow, we will see that configuration also. Okay, personal area and personal sub area, obviously it will be with 4-letter word. Okay, that same letter, same code and all, we can come and we can do the changes here. If you do the corrections, make corrections, you can do the come and you can change it all here. Okay. So that is what, because most of the time the code will always takes into the place. Okay. So that is what you have to do it. And when it, that is the location. And for the other thing would be the cost center. So cost center would be cost center external object ID will be used. Okay, cost center in SuccessFactors here also, whatever it is there, we have to keep it the same. Okay, so next one would be like employee class. Okay, these are all job information fields which we are able to see in the corporate data model. Okay. Employee class, which is nothing but work agreement in EC. Okay, so ERP key and to use the ERP text as a EC label. Okay, so always whatever it is there in EC, use the same thing in Employee Central. Okay, so if you are using 4 code in HCM, and if you are using 5-letter code in EC, means it would be a problem. So that is the reason, always come to configure, always come to manage data or manage organization pay and job structures, change the code to the 4-letter words. Okay, because for the company, 4-letter word only. Location, because location is nothing but personal area and personal sub area. In SAP HCM system, we'll use 4-letter code only. Okay. Cost center, you can map it directly, cost center, whatever the number, it can be 11 digits. Here also the 11 digits, because Employee Central doesn't have any specific things and all. Here everything will be acceptable. Okay, what to ensure here mainly is like whatever you use in SAP HCM with the restriction of, because in SAP HCM the restriction is like up to 4-letter code on. Okay, same thing you can bring it on. They have whatever they have it 5 to 6 digits, then they have to move it. Because most of the time in EC we refer with any data, employee code, employee data, whatever the benefits, all will be related with all the configuration. We have to change it. Okay. All, because if, for example, if we are giving a benefit to this particular employee with this particular legal entity means, then we have to change it. Obviously. Change it. Because the engine in the background, it is there. So that is the reason we are not changing complete structure, right? We are just changing only a few things that which are related to corporate data model under the job information. Job information contains plenty of data. Okay, but we will be changing only legal entity, location, cost center. We are changing so far. And the next one would be job classification, pay group, and pay component will change it.
Yeah.
Okay. Though it is there in EC, it could be a 10-letter word or 20-letter word or whatever it is, but to map, you have, if you want to do the mapping and all, you have to there up to 20 or 20, it should be 4, minimum 4 should be there for legal entity, location, and the cost center. It could be common cost center in SF, it could be like 20, and in SAP it could be like 11 or 12, like that.
Okay.
So cost center we don't have any problem, but legal entity and location only, because in EC we have a restriction there.
Okay.
In SAP HCM we have a restriction. That is the reason we have to look for it.
Go according to that. Okay.
And the job classifications, obviously it is greater than or equal to 2. Okay. Anything it could be, but maximum up to 10 digits we can have it for the job classification. So job classification also I'll be showing. You are on the screen. You are on the system screen, right?
Yeah.
So if you come to job classifications, yeah, it is under the job information only, obviously, all the time. Right?
Yeah.
If you see on the employee files, you would be seeing of that. So, but now I'm just showing it where we have to go to the manage data and we have to put the job classifications. Okay. So I'm just going to manage data. So now job classification, we'll go over here. So anything, this number, this code, this job code is fine. Okay, in EC also this could be accepted. Okay. It is like what exactly it is like. It is greater than or equal to 2. It can start from 2.
2. Okay.
So it could be acceptable. And whereas in pay group, pay group. Now if you come to pay group, so here if you see pay group, pay scale area, pay scale group, pay scale level, and all. But in employees and but in SAP HCM system, we will have 2: pay scale area and pay scale group. Okay, these are the first. If you go for pay group, first we will go pay group. Pay group will be there in pay group, and pay component will be there. Okay, pay group. We can go to the pay group. And if you choose any pay group, okay, so it has ID with the 2 letters. Okay, in EC all in HCM also, it should be less than or equal to 2. Okay, so that is the reason we will generally follow 2. Even in EC also we follow 2. Okay, so next pay component, go to manage, or if you go to the pay component. Pay component or pay component. If you go to the pay component, anything it should be 4, greater, less than or equal to 4. Okay, it means 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4 digit it will accept. We follow 4. Okay. If you want to change this one, you can come over here. You can make correction, and we can map with the pay component name, and we can change the code.
Change that.
Okay. So that could be easy. So this is what manage organization pay and job structures. Under the corporate data model, 5 important things. One is like company, you have to ensure company legal entity should be common for both the systems, EC and EC. Okay. Location. Location should be common. The values I'm telling. Okay. It should be company legal entity should be less than or equal to 4.
Okay.
Even location always it should be mapped with the pay scale, personal area and personal sub area. Cost center, it could be good in EC if it is 20. That the same thing we can push it to ECP also. Okay, but the job classification greater than or equal to 2, it could be acceptable. Pay group, it should be less than or equal to 2. It should be always pay group should be 2-letter word.
2.
Okay. Pay component, it is like less than or equal to 4-letter word, it should be there. Okay. So these are the setting up the corporate data model between the EC and ECP. Okay. So these are the important things that we have to set up. Right. So next one would be like other things is like if the country of company, because if you want to see it, country specific, if you want to see it, is like pay scale type. So I'll just going to manage data. Okay. Here it is. So the next one would be like pay scale type. Pay scale type. This is also you have to pay scale type would be the code would be like this. Okay, the pay scale type can be mapped with whatever you have it in current employee central system. You can map it because in pay scale type in ECP also it is like 10-digit word. It can be accepted. Okay.
Okay.
So pay scale type and then pay scale area again. Pay scale area. Okay, so this is also acceptable up to whatever you have it in. If you already having SAP HCM system, then you can map according to your employee central. Okay. If you are having an employee central system, you can map employee central system according to SAP HCM. Okay. So the pay scale type, pay scale area. Okay, these are all country specific because pay scale type, pay scale area, pay scale level, pay scale group, all these related to pay scale differs between country to country. Because in US, there is one scale type, one scale area, one scale level, one scale group will be there. Whereas in UK, pay scale type, little difference are there. So for this, we don't have any code restrictions between EC and employee central payroll system. Okay, so it could be adjoining of anything, it could be fine. Okay, only the restriction can happen for legal entity, job classification, location component is must. Okay, the location, obviously location also should be 4-letter. These are the important things. The first primary settings up in employee central part. These are the 3 steps. Refining succession data model we have done. Refining MDF payment information we have done. Refining corporate data model we have done. So next would be like the next one we have done with country specific data model. In that data model, 4 things all related to pay scale 1. Pay scale area, pay scale type, pay scale level, pay scale group. We can do the changes without any of the problem, because whatever you have used in employee central, the same thing you can map it in our SAP HCM system when you are not using a SAP HCM system as a fresh system. Okay. Whereas if you're using SAP HCM system from ECP system for all years, you have to go and change the employee central system. Okay. So these are the refinements we are looking for it. And tomorrow, what we can do is like I'll just do some MDF objects things and all. We will see it. Okay.
Okay.
Updating of some of the employment type, employee class, state_USA, pick list. We will define some of the pick lists. Okay. We can see it if our HCM system does not come. Okay. We get it. We will start with SAP HCM freshly. And you remember of 3 steps that we completed under our integration with employee central payroll system. Okay. Under the point-to-point method, we have done some changes in employee central system. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP SF EC Payroll module? Option A, to manage employee recruitment. Option B, to handle employee time and attendance. Option C, to process employee payroll and related calculations. Option D, to handle employee performance evaluations. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so this is like SAP HCM payroll, which we will discuss on the majorly on how to start the payroll, how to process the payroll, how to run the payroll, and how the schemas would work and all. We will complete with some of the basic and also little advanced and the schema and the PCR base. Okay, so it will be for almost for 10 hours. Okay, so however we will adjust it or whatever it is, we will do with hourly we can adjust it or whatever it is. Okay, so first thing would be is like mainly what you have to learn here is like for SAP HCM. So what exactly you know so far. Okay, so that I just want to know little. So based on that, I'll plan how I can go and take it forward. Okay, so mainly you have to know about what exactly the terminology you should be knowing it. Okay, the payroll driver, majorly the payroll is based on the payroll driver, so which is like premise since beginning, since past 25 years or 30 years or 40 years back, whenever the SAP started their implementing payroll with their customers, the first component would be, we will just call it like a payroll driver. Okay. So payroll is like because I thought I would have shown you some with a small PPT and all, but I'll share the document, but verbally I'll just talk to you now, but I'll share that presentation I have somewhere in my desktop, but I don't have to search it or whatever, it's just now. Okay, so I'll just talk now for a few minutes, and then we will jump onto the system. And tomorrow we will full-fledged, we'll go to the system and we will see how to configure the payroll part and all, we will see it. Okay, so and also the steps that I'll tell you, but this payroll basics document, PPT and all, I'll give it to you later. Okay, so but for now, though I'm not sharing my screen, I just talk to you verbally. Okay. So this is the main component. The payroll driver is like, but this payroll driver which varies between country and the region, and it consists of both basing on the legal regulations of that particular country. While defining the payroll, we will refer to this payroll driver because it's corresponding payroll schema. Payroll driver is nothing but schema only. Okay, so we generally call it as a layman terminology, we will say payroll driver, but being a functional consultant, it is corresponding to payroll schema, which contains all our different functions. Each function consists of how to get the data from time management, how to get the data from employee database. So from internal table and payroll related files, entire the structure, we generally call it like a payroll driver. Okay, so payroll driver consists of, the payroll driver is nothing but it is corresponding as a payroll schema. Okay, so that would be a payroll schema. What payroll schema will do in the schema, first from since beginning, schema starts. Maybe you are accessing the system, right? So if you go to PE01 transaction code, you just go to PE01. So if you don't know any of the schemas, generally there will be a standard schema. So for that, what you can do is like you just click F4 on the schema tab. Okay, it's let me try it some other time. Okay, because unnecessarily, I just clicked that two window one. So now I've clicked it. What I've clicked it here is like in the previous screen, I've clicked two windows one. So that is generally we'll call it like help button. So it's now here you can see payroll and time management schemas, or if you want to see it payroll only, you can have it. And if you know any schemas, you can type it. If you don't know, just put it payroll only and just execute it. You will get all the payroll list. Okay. So whatever the payroll we are having, it is, we can see it like. Okay. So in this, if you come bottom of this particular screen, you would able to see standard schemas handle. Okay, so these are all standard ones when you want to transfer payroll results from table, this one, or a final processing. Okay, you in the top you would be seeing some of the things and all, but at the bottom you will see the final standard ones and all you would be seeing of it. So from standard only we will go and copy it. Okay, whatever the standard payroll schema. So generally we can have U00 like that, it will be there, and we have to copy that schema. And if the customer is like, if it is like Walmart, you have to make it W000. Okay, so you will if you use the standard schema, but you have to copy all the time, and you have to get ready for it, or get trained for it, or whatever it is. And even in the customer systems also, obviously it will be customized. If you have if you want to run standard payroll, that's okay. Standard payroll, bringing the time details, standard details, like if he works for 40 hours, okay, 40 hours payment we have to give it. Okay, so standard payroll would looks like, how the standard payroll would be is like, if that particular resource belongs to this particular location and he is working a general shift and his time sheet is being filled for 40 hours, and his payment would be, his payment rate would be for each dollar hour, it would be like $100. So if we are doing weekly payment, so 40 into $100. Okay, so 40 into $100, every hour we are paying $100, so he will be getting 4,000. So that is a standard payroll. Okay, but if you want to customize it, okay, though the customized schemas are there, but according to the customer, that is the reason why we want to write the schemas. Okay, customer says, for example, customer says, though he is working for 40 hours, okay, so if he worked more than 40 hours, okay, if he worked for 42 hours or 43 hours, okay, so the 2 to 3 hours is excess time, which comes under the OT, overtime. Okay, so overtime schema also is there, standard value will be there. Okay, standard schema for overtime also is there. But if he worked between, see, for example, 40 hours in that particular week, in a day, for example, 8 hours he worked it from morning 9 to 5. Okay, so but the extra hours, if he worked from 5 o'clock to evening 7 o'clock, there could be one rate card, and 7 to 9 would be one rate card, and 9 to 12 would be one rate card, and 12 to morning 6 there could be one rate card. Okay, so this is like a business scenario. So for these slabs and all, SAP says, okay, SAP might given as a standard thing, okay, 5 to 6, 6 to 7 is like a OT kind of things. Okay, but some of the customers, they have a requirements. This particular guy, if he works between 9 to 12 in the midnight, so his rate card would be increased up to 110 or 105 or 110 or 120. And that also should happen only for that additional hours the rate card would be. Okay, if it is, that is the case, so what we have to do, we have to write one personal calculation rule. Okay, how we will write it? If time sheets, we will bringing the time sheets. Time starts from between morning 9 to 5, it is regular, that is regular schema can take care, regular PCR will take care. But after 5 to 7, even standard PCR is taking up. But 9 to 12, in that 9 to 12 also, if he is having a grading of the things, only this particular group of people it should come, or only for this particular employee subgroup of people should come, only for this particular group of people it should come. So that if these kind of differentiations, if it is coming up, so then you have to start with the writing of a PCR. So like that, if you see, since 20 or 25 years, since back 20 to 25 years, how many companies their requirements has been changed, how many PCRs would have been written? You think of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that way, so which will be differentiated, because in US, especially US payroll is the biggest thing in SAP HCM is been get successful. Okay, so in out of 52 states, okay, in 52 states there could be in various payment things are there, various tax slabs are there, and various benefits are there. You might be knowing it, right? Even in one state, there could be a difference for a north zone or a south zone or east zone or west zone. You have a differentiation. Okay, so like that, so this much of control, it has been taken over across the countries, across the locations wise. Inside the locations also, groups are there. In that groups also, subgroups also is there, employee subgroups. In that subgroups, it means if you are working in one particular place, okay, in that location, in that particular gangway, in that particular cubicle, in that room, there could be 4 employees. Out of 4 employees, 4 people would have a different pay structures. Okay, pay structure is common. Okay, different OT eligibility, or a different bonus type, or a different pay terminology would be there. So to control of all these things, that is the reason the calculation, obviously for basic pay, or obviously for special allowances, or term allowances, all those things, even FMLA allowances, or whatever it is, whatever the allowance that we give it, or whatever the perks that we are giving it to that particular employee, or for that particular contractor, who should be controlled over here. Okay, so for that reason, this entire schema structures would come, and they could able to they could able to write the PCRs and all. Okay, so that is the reason. So we have to look for this particular things and all. We have to do it. Okay, so for now I'm just talking about the some theoretical part and all. We will see. Okay, so first thing, the payroll driver. Okay, in that payroll driver, you have whatever the so for whatever I've discussed, right? For each of the country versions of payroll, a country specific payroll driver will be there. Rules and formulas. The PCRs would be like a sense. The first thing, the payroll schema means schema in the sense it contains calculation rules. Okay, so to be used, and we are telling with the schema to be used by this payroll driver during the payroll. Okay, the developed which are based on this payroll driver will run based on the schemas. Okay, so and also in this we will be just telling the characters, whatever the characters that we are following it. See, for example, I said like one schema starts with X000. Okay, so but for country wise, if it is Germany code would be D000. Okay, the schema, the standard schema. So if you just go to the system, I think you know the purpose, right? The purpose of payroll and all. Okay, and I'll explain what would be the flow also, and what would be the result. We will get it. Okay, anyhow, so that I discussed. But for now, I just open the payroll schema. Okay, see here, if you just go back to, just type X, go back here also. Just type X000, 3 zeros. And display. See, this is the call for international personal calculation schema for international purpose. So I'll just, because anyhow in depth we will go what is the function, what is the parameter 1, parameter 2, parameter 3, parameter 4. I'll explain anyhow that when we start with. But simple thing here is like you asked, what is a payroll schema? Okay, so the payroll schema is like it contains calculation rules. If you see here, all the calculation rules are there, something. Okay, so which you can I'll discuss which. Okay, for now you just think of it. Okay, the structure would be is simple. The structure is like the schema will consist of initialization in the sense it starts from first row 0010. Okay, so the first thing would be is like for which COM function, there is one function called, it's a for which country, or whether it is an international payroll that you are running, or for you are running a payroll for Germany, or you are running for a payroll for any other country, that we will be just mentioning it on the first payroll schema. International. If for now, if you want to have it payroll schema Germany, it will say payroll schema Germany. Even in the parallel window, you just open another window of SAP only. And one more thing also, I just want to tell you what way you want it. You want me to access and do it, or you for today you just access it. From tomorrow I'll access it anyhow. So or otherwise just give me the permissions. I'll access. So the first thing here is like I'm just opening again here. Let it open here. So now here again, I'm just going for P01. So there could be, if you see the schema is standard for international. Okay. If you put it, for example, if you want to run for US, okay, U000, okay. Okay. It will a payroll accounting schema for US. Okay, calculation, it starts with US. And for Germany, for example, if you put it, sorry, D00, again one more 0, it will run for payroll schema Germany. Okay, and if you put it for F000, it will say for payroll schema for France. Okay, France. Okay, so France is F. Okay, now if you first you want to see X international, for example. So this schema tells you is like in depth I'll go. Okay, for now what you have to do is like I'm just telling this. Okay, so fine. So in depth what we can see here is like, if you see, the first thing would be payroll schema. Okay, so payroll schema, it says for which country that you are running it. Okay, if it is international, okay, it is international. And why you want to run the payroll? So I want to run for my gross wage calculations and transfers. Transfers in the sense transfers to the account department and all. Okay, so the first step, the structures consists of things here. The first thing here is like schema always consists with the initialization. If you see on the fourth line, initialization, initiate payroll kind of thing. Okay, after that what it will say is like we have to, first thing we are initiating the schema, and after that we are updating the databases. Updating the databases in the sense updating the data of an employee. Import the required info types. What are the info types of payroll? Which would be the main thing would be is like a basic pay. Info type 7, in that basic info type we will maintain the payroll things and all. So which payroll, which employee group. Okay, so parallelly let me open, I'll just open. So anyhow, let it be one topic starts with payroll schema, we will complete it. Okay, so let me open. Okay, so now again I have opened one more thing right here. So I'll open one more thing also, new window. I'll just open the transaction to see employee profile or employee data. You have to click PA30. It will open with the employee data. So some employee, if you could not able to find an employee, so what you can do is like you just go for a search, okay, and search for some last name, Andrew. Maybe we may get some value. I think we didn't get any value for Andrew. Okay. Maybe Joseph comes under first name, but I'm just checking if I get multiple people right over there. Okay.
I think they don't have data.
They don't have data. So then what we have to do is like, I'll open one more in window here. Up to 6 windows we can open.
Yeah.
So to see some data of an employee, we have to go for a transaction SC16N. Okay, SC16N. Here you can see table, which is like PA001 table we have to open. Okay.
Okay.
So in this, you would be seeing some employees. So if you see how many entries are there, you just click it, number of entries. So 63 are there. Okay.
Okay.
So out of 1, we can take it up. I'm just hitting up. So this is like some employees are there. So personal number, this is like personal number. Okay. If you take it, you can take it this particular 20 or someone, we can have it. Okay. Here 20. If I type it, some employee name, we have got it, Tina, team member. Okay. So here it is telling this employees belongs to active employees, and his region would be is like a DE, Germany region 1010. Okay. So an employee subgroup would be like salaried employees in this. So we want to go and check what is the info types. What are the info types that we are bringing it to the payroll system? So this entire gross or net payroll tab, whatever the consists of, they don't have a basic pay and all. But if you see this, if you just create it basic pay, you would able to see some information over here. Okay. So this information you have to import it. Okay. In this, so for our payroll, what is the pay scale type? In our class, we have discussed pay scale type, pay scale area, pay scale group and level. We have to get these things. And what is the capacity utilization level? Okay. So how much of the utilization of that particular resource we are using it? Generally, we will put it 100%. Okay. And employee subgroup grouping. Okay. Employee subgroups, even for a payroll, there are subgroups. The employee subgroup is like DU. These DUs also we want to bring it in one particular group. Why that particular group called is like, whether you are doing this for this particular group, if you are doing a periodical payments or weekly payments or fortnight payments or monthly payments. So which all, if you are giving a monthly payments, out of, there are 4 employees are there. Okay. Out of 4 employees in that particular location, in that particular group, active employees group, in that employee subgroup, we have 4 groups. One would be is like DU group, and one is like a salaried employee, one is like a contract employee, one is like a contract to hire employee, one is like a temporary employee. So these are the employee subgroups are there. 4 subgroups are there. Okay. These 4 subgroups. Okay. These 4 subgroups are there. Out of these 4 groups, we want to separately doing the payments. Separately we are doing it. Why? Because for a salaried employees, we made him as a employee subgroup grouping, which is like we want to pay for a salaried employee, we want to pay monthly. Okay. And for another second guy, we are paying a amount on a periodic basis. Periodic in the sense, not a monthly payment. Whenever he completes the task or whenever he completes this, we will do the payment. Okay. So that is called periodic point. And for other employee, which is like we are doing for a temporary employee, we are doing a periodic. And for a contract employee, we want to pay weekly. So we have to pay weekly, which is that particular group we are segregating. This group table, I'll explain where it will be, because this is an important thing that I just want to mention it. Otherwise, I would have not meant, but this is the one. Okay. Okay. It's like a subgroup. The subgroup is categorizing the payment methodology. Okay. Payment, even we should not say payment method. We just bringing those employee subgroups into some of the groups. Okay. So for that we have to mention, because the payroll will always run with based on this employee subgroup grouping also. Okay, so because it should segregate. If you seen in our Excel sheet, for example, here one group is there. That group should be emerged, or it should be followed, or it should be cascaded between 4 levels or 3 levels, like that, for example. Okay, so the first level would be like periodic payment, and the peer level beside to that would be like a contract payment. The peer level, it would be weekly payment, monthly payment, like that. The payments would be there. So this particular group of employees should comes into each buckets where you will be mentioning it to bring that into the each bucket. This is the place where you have to mention it. This employee will belongs to periodic salary. So and his work hours would be 176 monthly, and his payment would happen monthly. Okay, so that is what you would see here. So the and we will mention here what are the wage types. Wage types in the sense, first standard salary, standard bonus, standard bonus percentage, all those things we have to mention in the basic pay. So this basic pay, first basic pay thing, the gross or net, that is what I've shown over here. Okay, so in this gross or net, if you see, so first thing would be like basic pay. You have basic pay, you have done it. After that, there are some payments are there, capital formation. So if we are, he is a very reputed employee, and he is the one person to invested something capital formation. He only the one person, he started with the public share or whatever it is. So those comes like a capital formation, external transfers, recurring payments and deductions, because every month for the sales people, if they done 4 closures, automatically their along with their salary, their recurring payment should happen. Okay, and recurring deductions in the sense, if they're using phone bills or mobile phones, which we are paying it, so which we want to deduct it, or if he has taken any advance amount, additional payments, insurance, loan payments, all this is one kind of import you're just bringing up onto the payroll. So that is the reason, if you see this particular thing, it will start with. Okay. So now this is the first thing. So initialization of payroll, first thing, the initialization of the payroll and bringing of the structures. So database structure, edit basic data. So we are just copying once the initialization of payroll is done, we want to copy the database data. Okay, we want to copy. So for that, edit xbdo copy, you have copied it. Okay, so after that, so this is one of the structure. Okay. Okay, so this is the main structure. We just copied into the driver in the schema. We just copied all the we want to import it. Okay, we imported it. So data which is available in basic pay, we imported it. Okay, so the next structures would be the updating all. For why we want to import or why we want to copy this, we want to calculate, we want to do the gross calculation of pay. Okay, so that is a first structure is like initialization. First on the top, we are telling that for our purpose, we are telling this we are running for an international. So the next step, always the schema starts with initialization. Okay, the first part would be initialization. Before that, it is like a free text. For our purpose, we are just common text. That is the reason COM it is there. Okay, common text it should be. And then after that, we will be coming on to the updates, the databases. We imported all the info types, gross calculation of pay and all. We will be after that, what we will do is like we will be having a processing of basic data and the time data. Okay, so processing of time data. Okay, so import and one more thing what we have to do is like, along with that, if we have any previous result current period, if any payroll it is been run, okay, so we have to copy that. If it is 0 last month, because we are starting the payroll processing this month, last month would be 0, so that 0 only will come. Okay, so import previous result current period, import last payroll result, whatever it is, 0. And next what I am telling is like gross remuneration along with the time management. Okay, so important thing would be important thing is that is the one. So we have to processing of base data and the time data. Okay, so that is what we are using it in gross remuneration. And once after that gross remuneration, we have to bring any other things, all the basic info types part, loans, if it is any loans are there, import additional payments or deductions, import of the things and all, we have to do it. Okay, so now what we have done, first we have initiated it, and we have brought all the employee data. Along with employee data, gross data, we have imported previous results. We have a gross remuneration along with the time. We have brought it, we called it, and we have to if we read the processing of time data, and we have to do calculations, the individual gross values and all. After that what we have to do, we have to factoring and storage. Okay, factoring in the sense the main thing. Okay, so how this payroll should be factored, payroll factoring in the sense the formula which is calculating the payroll. Okay, so that is called the factoring. So factoring part you have to keep in mind, and you have to bring that factoring. We have to perform factoring. Once after factoring only, we will get the net calculation of pay. Why we want to do the factoring? Main important thing here is like one side earnings will be there and the other side deductions will be there. Earnings would sit in one table and deductions would sit in another table. Okay, so to out of earnings, if you earn $4,000 for this particular week, if you run a weekly payroll, okay, out of 4,000, 30% would be the taxes. So that and somehow he has taken food allowances. Okay, some $200, some maybe insurance of $500. So out of 500, 200 and 200, 30% taxes. So which could comes under for 1,000 rupees or $1,000 or $500 if he is having exemptions and all, tax exemptions and all, it would be 500. So earnings minus deductions equals to the net pay. Okay, so further the factoring and storage, we have to save the tables like earnings tables and deductions tables, and we have to start this, and we have to reload any saved tables or any processing deductions and storage. That is what I am telling. Okay, and accumulation of net amount we will be getting it after all deductions made and all, and the iteration finish. So start of iteration. Whatever the tables which are loaded, which should be load or here reload saved tables. After that, all tables after accumulation of the amounts and all deductions is made. End of the iteration is done. Okay, and retroactive accounting. Retroactive in the sense, if any previous results we have already bought it, and retroactive in the sense we are just checking it. Last month we have paid 500 for $4,000 we have paid 1,500 deductions is happened, 2,500 we have paid it. Okay, the same thing is happened. And accounting, so wherever we have deducting it, so that should also be considered here. Okay, out of 4,000, 2,500 we have paid last month. So this time also we have to check it. Retro means previous accounting is correct or not, and we have to make it active the same thing this time also. Okay, so that is called retroactive. We can have it. After that, the net payments we will be giving deductions, and if any transfer to the accounting will happen, and the final processing is done. Okay, so the four structures. So for the four structures here is like, the first structure would be initialization structure. Okay, after that, importing the databases, importing of the payroll info types, importing of the data. After that, you would be starts with the processing of the payment, processing of the payroll. So in this processing of the payroll, we will be bringing of previous results. If it is any there, we have to bring the same thing. Okay, and the gross remuneration along with the time management. Okay, if you see here in XT00, you just click it, it will open a sub schema. processing of time data will be there. Processing of personal work schedules. This is a time schema. Okay.
Okay.
So inside, because under one schema we could be having subschemas. Under subschemas the PCRs will be there and all. Okay.
Okay.
This is like a time part. Time management will take care of it. Or generally always will be XT00. Okay.
Okay.
For payroll X00 will be there. And for time XT00 will be there. T will be additionally added in the second place. Okay.
Yeah.
So if it is Germany time means DT00 will be there. UT00 will be there for US. Okay. So for India, IT00 will be there. Okay.
Okay.
So like that, it will be. This is a time thing. Time payroll we are bringing on to the SAP along with the gross remuneration time management. Okay. So because the payroll will run based on the time management only. Okay. So if he is out of 40 hours, if he worked only for 20 hours, the other 20 hours we need not to pay.
Yeah.
Because he is absent, his attendance is not there, the time he is not allocated out of 40 hours is not allocated. So those details also from the time data we have to bring it. Okay. So that is the reason the gross remuneration time management we have to follow.
Yeah.
That is the reason XT00 will be there all the time.
Okay.
Okay. So and you have to import XAP9. These are the common ones, because what will happen here is like I'll discuss about this parameter 1, parameter 2 and all I'll discuss later. Okay. So first thing, you understood this particular how the schema. The payroll driver consists of payroll schema. Payroll schema will tell about the rules how to run the payroll. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the important thing, because the payroll schema, because after that, once you're done, you have to calculate net remunerations, performs bank transfers. That is the last thing and all. That is called, we have transfers is there in the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. So that we will be doing it. But the two main structures here is like what information you're updating the databases, importing of the required info types for our gross calculation, because first we have to bring gross calculation, which is like $4,000. After that, you will be processing the time out of $4,040, because per hour $100 we put it, and 40 hours is a weekly hours, out of which we are validating. This is a gross amount, out of which this validating with the time data, whether he attended for all 40 hours or not. Okay. Yeah. So that attending thing is there. And also parallelly, we will be checking any loans he has taken, any deductions, recurring deductions should be there. Okay. So these things we will be checking it. Processing of basic data and time data, first thing. Okay. So, and reads the payroll account in the last period accounted, which means how much we have paid in the last month. Okay, so validating it. After that, we have to processing time data and calculates the individual gross values, the performance of the factoring part, we have to do it. Okay, so factoring in the sense, okay, out of 4,000, he attended only for 10 hours is not there. It means 1,000 rupees need to be deducted. Okay, because he had not worked for 10 hours, 1,000 rupees need to be deducted. So deduction is that one. So, and tax out of out of earned amount only, we will take the tax. So he earned $3,000 only, out of $3,000, 30%, 300 tax. Okay. Yeah. So maybe 900. So or 10% tax or 20%, whatever. After that, lunch, food allowances or any deductions we have to deduct it, for which we have to do the performance factoring. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is what we have. After that, the net calculation of pay would come. After that, we will calculate the net remuneration, and then we will push it to the accounting, and we will do the bank transfers page and all. We will do it. Okay. So all this data will be stored in the internal tables, and it will saved in the payroll relevant tables only in the system. Okay. So that is what you could able to see it. This is like a payroll schema mainly. Okay, so each value, whenever we are modifying it, the PCR time, we will discuss. So this is what the main thing, the basics of payroll would be, is like payroll driver is an important thing. Okay, so payroll driver consists of payroll schema. schemas will have sub-schemas.
Sub-schemas. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what the main steps would be. You got it. The payroll schema, mainly it will the three parts will be there. One would be is like a starting parts, initialization part. Second, the bringing of the databases part, and bringing of the processing of time data and time management. After that, performing factoring, and then the net remuneration. Okay, so this is what the mainly would run in this particular payroll driver, which entire this thing we would call it like payroll driver. Payroll driver consists of various schemas. Okay, and in that schemas, one the payroll schema would be is like X00 is a standard schema, and it depends on country to country. So for each and every country, the country schema specific will be there. First, we have to copy of this one. Okay, and we will start writing off it. So according to the customer requirements. Okay. So that is what mainly we have to learn. That is what, see, standard SAP has given it. Customizations we have to do it. Okay. See, for example, in the factoring only, if you just click this one, it will take, this is the factoring, determine monthly factors and all. If you go to each this one, see, this is like calculations. Okay, what they are telling. So this language we will discuss. Okay, so this is a PCR page. Okay, so this is the PCR. Okay, this XPPO is another sub schema. Okay, in this sub schema, you will be going for a this XPP. XPP is nothing but factoring. Okay, for if you see this is additional waste types. ADD additional waste types. We are bringing ADD additional waste types also, and this is a PCR. Okay, so this is the calculation. If you see what you are bringing, whatever the generated amount. See, this is the calculation. RTE equals to first RTE minus previous thing, and into multiply with the current rate per employee. Okay, so rate card this is into generate and divided by the additional amount. So some formula, this is called one particular PCR. So for this PCR, what you have to do, you have to click one more PE03. Okay, so far we brought into all the schemas, and suddenly we have come into a PE04. 1 second. This is a feature. Okay, so this is the rule. XPP rule is nothing but personal calculation rule. Okay, we will not mention PCR and all. Okay, so this is the personal calculation rule. If you want to display, it will display this way. So first, what we are telling is like partial period factor 1, which contains of different periods, and this is the table where it should go and sits. And what we are telling with exact waste types. Okay, so this is exact waste types. In the waste types, one waste type would be is like a this is like determine partial period factors to pay partial amounts and all. It means out of monthly, if you want to pay only for 15 days, this partial amount should bring it up. Okay, it means we are telling that whatever the partial amounts that we have paid so far, that partial amount should come. Okay, determine partial period factors, which contains which is telling what are the periods and what is the additional waste types that we have to consider in this particular partial period, and with exact waste types. It means if we don't have any additional waste types, we have to go with the standard waste type with exact waste types. Okay, so that period we will be making up, because it differs on company to company, because some companies they'll be having weekly payroll all the time. Okay, so they want to do the payments weekly if it is a manufacturing company, because the daily laborer will be there. So for laborer we want to do it, and even in the companies, the daily laborers also we will pay 7 days payment, we will pay it on the 8th day or 9th day.
Yes.
So some dates we will be putting it. So for that, partial payments, and it should come year to date payments also, we have to mention it. So for that, these calculations, each and every in the standard, I'll explain what are the each and every calculations also. Okay.
Yeah.
So for now, you understood the payroll driver, the main part,
Yes.
the heart of the payroll. You what exactly it is there, you got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The heart of the payroll, you got it. And there could be a background operations generally will be there, which is called how to schedule payroll in the background.
Okay.
Okay. With a job, we will, because every month you will go and start and run the payroll, you will be doing it. But some of the associated things to getting of the general, because this data, if you're calling means calling of the previous amount data and all, it should run through a background jobs and all. So that I'll show it to you what all the jobs, how we have to create it and all. So later stage we can explain it. While before running of the payroll, we can do that one. That's a simple one. Just go and create a job, it will run and all. Okay. So post that, after that, the important thing would be, this is like a major basics of the payroll. Basic payroll would be like payroll driver. The payroll driver contains of the rules, the rules with the payroll driver consists of a schema. Schema consists of a calculation rules. Simple 3-step word you have to know about it. After that, we will be having off cycle workbench. Okay. Off cycle in the sense, it is nothing but doing of a off cycle activities. You can to make a bonus payment, for example, to an employee or a special occasion like a marriage, because this is like a off cycles. Payroll would be in a cycle basis. Every weekly we have to do the payroll. Every month we have, every fortnight basis, every periodic we have to do it. Every time we have to. But to make a bonus payments to an employee on a special occasions like a marriage gift or a newborn baby time, you want to pay some $100 or $50. That also should be under the payroll only. But you will be paying it off cycle at one point of time, which is like it should be ad hoc. It will not be a systematic thing. That is the reason you will call it like a off cycle workbench. Okay. So why I'm telling you to you is like, everything we can't pay it on the payroll, right? Every salary is different and bonus payments is different. Or to perform any immediate correction. Okay. So consider where employee master data got modified. For example, someone maybe some HR did a mistake. Okay. So he made from $100 to $1,000, for example, per hour. Okay. So for immediate corrections and all, we can run the off cycle activity. For that particular one employee, we can run it. Okay. So all these things we would do it in an off cycle part. To pay an absence like a leave in advance. Okay. So though he is going on leave, we want to pay some advance to him, because if it is an emergency leave. Okay. So it could be. So to process any of the payments that are added to any of the adjustments info type will be there. Okay. Immediate adjustment, some people may get it. Okay. So those things, if you want, those are all things we will run under the off cycle workbench, because regular payroll will be there. Along with that, if anything that you want to do it, you have to do it in an off cycle workbench. Okay. So that would be like a main off cycle workbench generally will happen. So for these specific parts and all, we would be seeing of it. Okay. So off cycle workbench, which we will see, I'll show it how to run the off cycle workbench and all, we will see it. Okay. So this would be like, and the other things would be like pay slips, remuneration statement. Okay. So for anything, once we done with the payroll, how we have to go and remunerate the statements. Okay. So we have to go to the payroll and we have to select the result and we have to choose, and we have to go for a remuneration statement. We can go and download it. Okay. So these are all remuneration statement. And if you want to check that particular guy after some changes you have done, Okay, if you want to run some how the statement is coming, that also you can do it under the off cycle also. Okay, so then the processing model will be there, which is like a subsequent program and order in which they run. It's like batch subsequent processings and all. Okay, so this will be under off cycle subsequent processing only. We will do it generally, replacing a payment, for example. Okay, so consider replacing a payment. For this, we have some programs in SAP HCM to run those things and all. Okay, so the mainly I'll share you with one particular document which contains of payroll info types part and all. It will be there. So which are majorly info types is like you have to keep remember of these things. One would be is like to know the status of that payroll. Info type 3 will be there. It stores the payroll and the time. If you click it, you just go to. I have the access, right? Okay. So now I'm just going back, or I'll just exit it. You can simply exit it. It will come. And if you want to go to PA30, I think we would have already opened PA30 for one of the employee, right? Yeah. If you want to check any info type, for example, okay. 3 would be like a payroll status. Okay.
Okay.
So under basic personal data. Otherwise, if you're not coming, you have to click go to info type 003. Okay, payroll status would come. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the record is not maintained, so that is the reason it is not coming. If you want to create, you can see the payroll status record. If you want to see overview, you can see the overview here. Okay, so this payroll status, nothing is being added over here. Okay, so that is the reason you can't see it. Accounted date, and whenever the payroll has been changed, and what is the RA date, and what is the personal calculations, and what is the personal PDC calculations, in periodic data recalculations or received date and all, here it will come and sits. Okay. Okay. So it means for this employee, so far no one has run the payroll. Okay. So if any record is there, we would be able to see it.
Okay.
Okay. So this is called nothing but the first info type, payroll status. It stores the payroll and time status data. This is automatically created when employee is hired. Okay. So this once any payroll is run, the status will show over here. The payroll is being started for that particular. Next one would be info type 8, which we already know. Okay. So this is used to store an employee's basics pay. All the time when an employee leaves an organization, this info type should be delimited, because once the employee is done, otherwise in next payroll also, even after leaving of the organization, this guy will get the payment.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So for that reason, we have to delimit that and remain in the system for retroactive accounting, because we just keep it in retroactive accounting. Why? Because how so far for this employee, how many payrolls we have run, how much of the see there, obviously why we will be doing the payroll. Okay.
Yeah.
Why we have to do the retroactive, because all would be under the one particular account. So in this particular business unit, this business unit is earning $1,000 and spending on employees of $500. This account should be maintained, right? Out of 1,000, 500 is going, 500 is profit for that particular organization. So, and if he wants to look back, how many months, if he wants to look back for out of 12 months, what is happened out of 12 months from the customer, he got it only $10,000. But for this guy, we have to pay $6,000 at any cost. Why? Because 12 into 500, we have to pay. It means out of 10, 6,000 if we paid it, what is the remaining account? It is being balanced in the accounting system. It should go. For that, retroactive accounting should be there. It always look back, refer back, and entire year, how much year to date, how much we have paid, it will show. Okay. So that for this main purpose, this basic pay also is one of the heart for this one. Okay. And after that, the 14 info type will be there, which is nothing but a basic pay we have already opened. Let me check Okay, so the next one would be 14 info type. I think if record is no. What you can do is like you can go and create records over here. Okay, so basic pay, and this is a basic contract. And if you want to see the reasons, you can just fill this one. If you open, there could be reason why you want this thing, reason and all. No reason, because this is a normal salary for you. Okay, no reason, because the records also will be increased. Okay, why? Because now this year you are starting and paying this much, next year it would be increment. So that record reason would be pay scale, pay merit increase. We have to mention it. So the next increase would be 01/01/2024, for example. Okay, that is the next increase for here. And what is the type? If you just click it all the time F4, you'll get the details here. Okay, so pay scale, this is like a pay scale type. Pay scale type would be is like pay scale type is nothing but for manufacturing, one pay scale will be there. Okay, for information technology, one scale will be there if they have a group of companies. Okay, because for them pay scale type would be is like which is a very less amount, and all for IT people it would be good amount. Like that. Okay, so it differs. So for that, which pay scale type this guy belongs to, so that you have to look for it. For example, he belongs to chemical, paper, metal company. Okay, so for example, if you choose metal, the metal department he belongs to. Okay, this is a manufacturing company, so for that reason this system belongs to manufacturing company. In that manufacturing company he belongs to metal. His pay scale types would be belongs to metal, because for metal laborers would be different, because they do hard work. For them we will pay $20 per hour. For a normal operations guy, we will pay only 10 or 15, just switching on the mission and seeing the final product is coming correctly or not. So for them, the pay rate would be different. So that is the reason the pay scale type should differ. And which area this guy, okay, he belongs to metal department, but which area he belongs to? He belongs to Berlin. So what you can do is like simply, I'll just we will search that employees also with US. Anyone is there? Okay. Okay, in the bottom you can come over here. You can give a country. Okay. All will be there. Okay. Company code, from which company code he belongs to, like that. Maybe here only will. I think some of the groups is like 1710 is there, the company code. Maybe they belongs to US. I think so. We'll see. Okay. So what we will do is like we will take for one, maybe you can have one employee or two employee would be there. Okay. For them, we can look for it. Okay. Okay, so first thing we will just create it. After that, we'll go for one employee. Okay, so now here, this is the group. You can choose any group, which is group is nothing but in the metal thing. What is his group? Okay, pay scale group. Okay. Okay. Some group G is there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The group is not coming. Let it be. Okay. Wow. Group DU. It will be there, I believe. Yeah. Okay. And then level would be. So which level we can see it here. Okay. Here also this. Okay. So level would be 1 or 2. Some level we can put it. Okay. So now next going to 100%, and we are putting under the periodic, and his monthly hours would be 176. I'm just keeping it, and his annual salary, it will divide. Okay. So his annual salary would be, if I'm giving 64K. Okay. 64,000 euro. Okay. So maybe if I open for you US dollars, it will be easy for you. Okay. So then we can save the record. Okay. So the next increase, it is asking not to keep it. We will remove it because it is not a mandatory. Need not to have a next thing. We can save it. Okay. Some restrictions. Actually, I'll show it to you what tables all are there and all. Okay. Anyhow, you just check. We will create for 1, 2 and all. We will don't, because I will explain and I'll tell you. Okay. So what is the table for type, area, group and all? I'll explain to you, and then we will, because these are the important thing. So I'll only create it tomorrow. Okay. So for today, you have to learn about the schema. Open the schema X000 so that you can do it.
Okay.
In the meantime, let me see it for one employee, it is there or not, 1 or 2. If they have a basic pay things, it would be easy for you. Okay. The table part, I'll tell you. Okay. The basic pay info type. Tomorrow we will discuss more about on the info type.
Hey there. Ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
This is an overview of the SuccessFactors platform. First 2 PDFs are required. Yeah. Yes. After that, we can go with this one, Payroll Control Center. For Payroll Control Center, there is nothing we can do in SuccessFactors.
Yes.
Complete configuration only in HCM, but only the integration of payroll control center with the success factors. That is the only integration we will do. But the complete configuration and testing we can check in a HCM system only. Success factors, what is the configuration required for payroll control center, that I can show you in demo system. The real-time integration is not possible, but the exact functionality, how it will work in employee central success factors system, the payroll control center, how it will work in the real time, that I can show during the configuration and testing. Only the integration part is not, we cannot see because the demo system is not available. Oh, actually, if you go with PDF, you don't understand anything in payroll control center. So we need to check in the system only. We need to practice a lot. We need to at least practice continuously for 1 month. Then only we can understand payroll control center. But if we understand this, then it's easy to. If you go to documents, then we can understand what they have mentioned in the documentation. No, there is no PDF for that one. I think there is one course in Learning Hub only.
Okay.
Success Factors, Employee Central Payroll.
Okay.
That is time data. That is for payroll. But But this is for time off. There is one more document, right? It is showing as PTP. Last document, last one. Second one, last second. 2-point replication. Yes, it is for the consultants. Like you can use this document as a reference implementation of a employee central payroll. This will provide all the steps in detail. Yeah, you can check with the EC Pay, that P2P. Yes, SAP EC Pay and VT. Yes.
Okay.
No, you can check this as third. You can leave the payroll control center. That is not required. Once you understand this EC point-to-point replication, then you can check control center also. However, the payroll control center is a part of, in this document also they have provided documentation. Separate document is not required. It is included in this document only. In this same document only, they have provided PCC also, payroll control center documentation also. It is included. That is advanced, recently released functionality of SAP Payroll Control Center. So this is the document. It will show how to do this configuration in Employee Central in SuccessFactors. You can refer this, and you can refer this in the last document. Be taken care by basis consultants. So how to set up the router and everything, that will be in SAP and basis team. Yeah, Kronos is third-party time application. So where the time data will be replicating to Employee Central Payroll. Yeah, the problem here is payroll is only the payroll part is complex. Okay. The payroll part is mean nothing but your the calculations, different types of calculation, taxes, absences, overtime. There are a number of concepts are there in the payroll. So if you compare, then it's not possible for any consultant to understand all concepts.
Yeah.
At least if we are good enough to work on 70% of requirements, then we can say anyone can do it. 100% no one can do it because of the SAP has a very powerful engine.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, SuccessFactors Employee Central is very easy. And comparing to SAP HR, Employee Central is very easy. And the data replication from Employee Central to EC Payroll is also very easy. So whatever I'm telling is just we need to do mapping. So any consultant will do it in 1 day, 2 days enough for completing that configuration.
For mapping.
For mapping. Maximum in 1 week we can set up the integration between Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll. We can make the system run. But after that, the real work starts. The configuration of payroll control center or the configuration of payroll part. That's the main thing. These are simple. Anyone can understand and anyone can do. But running the payroll, understanding the payroll schemas and rules, that is the most consultants will suffer. That is, we need to put more efforts to understand those configurations and testing. We need to do a lot of testing in that. Here, the problem with US payroll is there is a third-party integration is required for US payroll. Okay. The taxation part we can learn, but it's not like that results are correct. So we can see the end-to-end payroll process, but the taxation part only, it's in the US, BSI is a third-party application. It's a federal government, I think, agency, so which will provide the taxation rules and regulations. So in real-time scenario, we have integration with the BSI. But here also we can see, but the taxation part only, the real results will be not correct. But and we can understand how this taxation will work. The BSI tabs, yeah, I worked on. We need to do some configuration also. Complete configuration we have to set up. How that for the taxability models, there are different taxation parts, taxability models and tax models. You have to set up all the wage types also. But only the data will go to BSI and tax will calculate there, and it will come back to again SAP only in real time. Data will go to BSI, tax data will go to BSI, and the taxation will be calculated there, and it will come back to SAP. Yeah, EC payroll, most people don't understand the payroll concept. I mean, running the payroll, 100% effort, then we can learn. The problem with SAP HCM is the payroll.
Oh, okay.
So payroll, there is if you work on one country, it's not enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Some clients expect to know multiple countries like US or UK and Australia. So we cannot learn all these country payrolls at a time. So once you understand one country payroll enough, we can understand another country payroll easily.
Yes. Yeah.
Same info types, same data, but only the different is taxation. The tax will be different for country to country, but the configuration is same info types and the same data, same work. Yeah, that is the only difference. But yeah, if you learn US payroll, then it's easy to understand any other country payroll.
Yeah.
So now you also know SuccessFactors Employee Central, right? For EC payroll, if you are applying for EC payroll, then you should. So that is very much added advantage. So,
yeah.
So even for PCRs and schemas, there is no documentation available. SAP is not providing good documentation on those concepts. Yeah, that is the problem with payroll, PCRs and schemas. But it's easy only, but there are multiple lot of configuration is there for payroll, PCRs and schemas. But we need to go very slowly for that. Now you only need payroll, right? Time evaluation is not required. I can just show the configuration of absences and unpaid absences. Payroll time data both are integrated. So we just need to have 50% knowledge on time off, like absences and attendances or unpaid absences and overtime. So how this will be processed in a payroll part? That I can show. And the remaining part in payroll, complete payroll process and PCRs and schemas. For those time configuration, right? Yeah, there is a course in employees learning about the time evaluation, I think. HCM only. Yeah, that is different module. Time management, time sheet, and time tracking. Yeah, that is only leave of absence. It's easy, but even EC time off is also there. We need to configure EC time off is there, time sheet and time tracking also is recently SuccessFactors released time tracking. Yeah, EC time off is also there, but most of the clients are not using it, I think. In US, in US, the Workday is also in good demand. Correct? Yeah, it's very interesting comparing to Workday is also like now it's good demand, but I'm not sure the payroll is strong in SAP. Only lot of institutes are there only in Hyderabad only. So once you go into EC, most of the consultants they will never get chance in working with EC payroll. Experience in EC payroll, then only they will.
Yes.
Because payroll, no one will teach. It's very tough. No one will get experience directly in payroll. So someone should provide. Otherwise, they will show fake experience on them.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. Which of the following is not a common wage type in SAP SF EC Payroll? Option A, basic pay. Option B, overtime pay. Option C, tax deduction. Option D, travel allowance. Take a moment to think. And when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So we have seen the mapping of the complete mapping of employee central employee master data or replication. So today I will show what will be the end-to-end process, like how the data will be replicated to employee central, from employee central to employee central payroll. So what I will do, as there is no demo system, right? I will take two systems as a reference and employee data from employee central, and I will hire the same employee in employee central payroll.
Okay.
So to show how the data will flow. So employee master data replication program, this is the program. HRSF EC P2P underscore EE underscore REPL. So this is the program, and there is a T code also for this program. HRSF EC underscore P2P underscore EE underscore REPL. So this is the program which we will use to replicate the employee data from employee central to employee central payroll. So we can go through this, we can open this program through transaction code. Okay, there. HRSFEC underscore P2P underscore EE REPL. So we can open this program through T code directly. It will see you can employee data replication from EC to EC payroll point to point.
Okay.
So this is the main program to replicate employee central master data. And we can also open this program. Don't get confused here. Here you can see this is the program name.
Okay.
This is the transaction code. So we can also go with SA38. So if you don't, we can check with RPHR SFEC E underscore REPL SA38. No, this is not the program. Okay, 1 second. It is showing no program available. Okay. We can also get the program name through transaction code. So once you open the transaction, you can go to system and check the status. Yeah. So this is here you can see the program. Okay, we need to add the RP underscore HRSF E underscore P2P replication. This is the program name.
Okay.
So we can also open directly through program SA38 and SA38. Yeah. Employee replication from EC payroll to EC to EC payroll.
Okay.
We can execute. So same program will open. I need to update it. Okay. No, SA38, here you are going through SA program directly. You are giving the program name.
Okay.
So if you know the transaction code, then there is no need to come to SA38.
Okay. Okay.
You can directly go through the transaction code. Just enter the transaction code here. So any program we can execute from SA38. If you don't know the transaction, if you know the program name, then you can go in SA38 and you can execute. Yeah, this is the program which we will use to replicate master data from employee central to employee central payroll. Here there are two options: combined configuration and individual configuration. Under configure employee API query, there are, so I said I will explain this later. So I will explain now. Here you can see combined configuration option is there. So if you select this combined configuration option, so you are, if you want to combine, here multiple IDs are there, right?
Okay.
10,000, 1,400, 4,000, multiple IDs are there. But if you want to combine any two configuration IDs and any multiple configuration IDs, so you go inside the configuration ID and select the combined configurations.
Okay.
Okay, and come here and select the combined configuration. Select, save it. Okay. Yeah. The purpose of combining configurations is, so in under this 10,000, I have maintained some entities. Okay. And only I maintained some entities under 10,000 configuration ID. And another ID, I have maintained another segments. So I don't want to combine these two configurations. I just want to combine, create different configuration IDs, but I want to combine the replication. So that is the purpose of combining configurations. So just need, if you want to create different segments under one configuration ID and some different segments under another configuration ID, but you want to use two configuration IDs in the program here, then you can select combined configurations. Okay. So if you select combined configuration, then you can observe the difference. There is, if you select individual configuration, it is asking for configuration ID. System is asking for configuration ID. Which configuration ID we want to use in the replication program? 1,000, 10,000. It is 10,000 is coming here. Okay, whatever the IDs we have configured. But if we select the combined configuration, that option is not appearing here. It is not asking for configuration ID. So system will select the IDs based upon the option we select here. So if this is selected, then system by default select this one 1,400 and also 10,000. These two IDs will be selected automatically. So which we have configured under these IDs, these two IDs will be replicated, selected for replication. But actually, I'm not sure why SAP has given this enhancement. Okay. This is not useful at all, actually. We can go with individual configuration only.
Okay.
Under one configuration ID, we can create segments which we want to use in the replication. There is no need to combine configuration. So now I am going with the individual configuration ID. Individual ID. Okay, I'm selecting some 4, 6, some different one. Okay, and external employee ID. Okay, if you want to replicate only one employee data, not multiple employees, only single employee data, then we can provide the external employee ID here. Okay, for example, I am taking any employee ID. So this is the employee which is hired in the system in Employee Central.
Okay.
So I want to replicate the same employee to Employee Central payroll system.
Okay.
Same data should replicate to Employee Central payroll. Okay. And I want the same number. I want the same number to be replicated to Employee Central payroll system as well. So whenever we search for an employee, so we can use only single number in Employee Central and Employee Central payroll. It will make easy to identify the employees in both systems.
Okay.
Before replicating, I will just explain the number ranges. So we have a number ranges concept in SAP HR. So we can create number ranges in P804 is the transaction code. Okay. Yeah, P804 number ranges, click on intervals. So we have two options here, right? External and internal. So internal means system will generate the number ranges. when we are hiring an employee in PF40. System will generate the number ranges based upon the sequence. Yeah, this is the sequence available for next number range.
Mhm.
So we can create any n number of number ranges and we can use these number ranges based upon company code or suppose I want to use 15 series for one company code and 13 series for another company code, 14 series for another company code. So we can configure like this based upon the company code. So we just need to. Okay. So you might be having an idea on the PO03. So we have a feature called NUMKR. So here we can define the number ranges for any based upon country and employee group, any selection criteria. So whenever we are replicating the data from Employee Central to Employee Central Payroll, so we need to have always select this external because the number is coming from Employee Central system. This number is already coming from Employee Central. So it is external system. So we have to select this number range as external. Even we can select internal also, but then there will be one issue. If we select internal, what will happen? There will be one number in Employee Central Payroll and there will be different number in Employee Central Payroll system. In EC, there will be this number, and when employee replicated to EC Payroll, there will be another number. Then it will be different to identify these employees in both systems. So it is recommended to go with external. Then we will be having same number in Employee Central Payroll as well. Okay, for example, I just select this number and go to the yes means program. So I'm selecting the configuration ID, okay, individual, and enter this number. So here we are only trying to replicate only one single employee data from EC to EC Payroll. Execute. It won't work now, but I'm just showing this is the process we follow. Okay. It will show as this replication finished, check application log for more details. It won't give any errors here. So we have separate T code to check the errors, to check the log. Okay, that is SLG1. SLG1.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay. Go to SLG1. Okay. Now enter all stars. Execute. It will be error only. See, my name is here, my ID. It is showing error because these two systems are not connected. So this is the demo system, Employee Central, not connected to the my payroll system. So it is replication failed. But if the successful in real-time client environments, so if the configuration is correct and everything is properly configured, then we will get a green color here. The replication will be successful. And the same employee number we can see in PA20. After successful replication, we will see, if we check that 108 something, 108,739. 108,739. Now there is no employee because it's not replicated.
Replicated, yes.
But if successful, then we can see the employee data replicated to this employee central payroll system successfully. Yeah, this is the process of replication. But here I have shown you only the one employee data replication. But in real time, what we will do we will schedule a job in the backend. Okay. We check this program. Okay. Okay. One second. How to schedule a job. Copy the program name. Okay. And go to SM36. SM36 job name, we can give the same program name, or we can give any our employee master data replication. To EC application. Job class will be C and okay. Step. Here you have to define, we are using ABAP program. Enter the program name of the employee central payroll replication program. Okay, we have to create the variant also. Okay. Go to again the same program. Just enter, if you want to use the individual configuration, just enter the ID. So which configuration ID you want to use. But if you want and create a variant, just save. Click on save. It will ask for the variant name. Text variant. P2P variant replication. EC payroll replication. Save. Okay. But if you want to use the combined configuration, same process. Just select combined configuration and create a variant by clicking on save. Okay. Now go back to the SM36 for this replication program name. So we have created the variant just now. So it will appear in the drop down. P2P replication. Yeah, P2P replication. Okay. Provide the program name and the variant which you want to use and click on check. Successful. Then there are no errors. Then just save. It is saved. Okay. Go back and check if it is successfully saved. We can just click on check. It will appear here. Go back and start condition. When you want to start this program running in the backend, you want to start immediately or date and time after any job or after any event and operation mode. So mostly we will schedule based upon date and time. So I want to schedule this job starting from maybe tomorrow time. Then you can check any time based upon which time is a proper time for your client. You can click on that time and check. Schedule the start. So here, I want this program to run every 15 minutes or every half an hour. Then select periodic job. Period values. If you want to run this job every 30 minutes, then we need to select this periodic job and provide the period values. Is it hourly or daily, weekly, monthly, other period? I want other period. Okay. Every 30 minutes. Check. Successful, then save. Then save. Periodic job. Okay. We have provided, we have scheduled to run every 30 minutes and save. Okay. Yeah. Now save this job. You will get the successful message like this. Employee master data replication saved status is released. Successfully released for running for tomorrow. Tomorrow, if you come and check here, so it will be running for every 30 minutes. Here it is showing the planned start date is from tomorrow, time is this one, and job frequency is for every 30 minutes. Okay. So this is a so here in the program, go to variant. Okay, I have created the variant P2P REPL. Here I have not provided any employee number. So if you don't provide any employee number, then it will replicate all employees which are active under this configuration ID. So then system will replicate if there are 1,000 employees, then it will replicate all 1,000 employees at a time, because here we didn't provide any employee number. In a real time, in the production system, we should not provide any employee number here. We have to replicate all employees data. Okay. That's why whenever I'm creating the variant, just enter the configuration ID, that's it, and create it, save it. Then for every 30 minutes, it will replicate any, for example, for a first time system replicated all employees. Next time, if there are any changes in employees in my master data in employee central, okay, then system will replicate only those employees who got changes. For example, any transfers, promotion, or terminated, only those changes will be replicated to the employee central payroll system. That is the concept of only first time it will replicate all employees, and from second time it will replicate only delta. Delta means the changes. If there are any changes for any employees, then only those employees will be replicated. So whenever we are gone live with EC payroll system, that only one time we will create the job. So it will automatically it will be running for every 30 minutes.
Backend. Okay.
Yeah. So in employee central payroll, we have a T code called SLG1, right? I shown SLG1 to check if there are any errors in the replication. SLG1. Just you put all the stars, and if you want to change the date, you can change the date from which date the errors from which date you want to see. You can select the date and execute. If there are any errors, then system will show you as a red mark, and if you expand it, it will provide you the error description. What will be the reason for errors?
Errors. Okay.
But same in Employee Central also, there is no need to come to Employee Central payroll to see the errors. So we can also see the errors in Employee Central also. Okay, go to Admin Center here. Data replication monitor. Go to data replication monitor. So this is a good tool actually. You can check if you know the employee number. You can enter the employee number. You can search
Okay.
for that single employee. Okay, and there are different filters here, different options available.
Mhm.
Okay, you can search through employee ID or replication content type. There are different content types are there. One we have seen is employee master data.
Mhm.
So we will this ARG assignment and ARG compliance forms are part of the CPI replication, not P2P replication. Employee master data is one type, and planned working time, employee absence data, and also time pay components. These are part of the employee central payroll replication.
Yeah.
So you can select employee master data component content type. If you know the employee number, you can enter the employee number and click on Glow. You can also provide the status: successful, failed, pending, awaiting processing. So I don't want to see successful. I want to see for failed and processing. And I want to search for last week. We don't show anything here because no payroll system is connected. But in the production, in live system, we can see come here and search for the employees who have failed status. Okay. Then it will display the list of employees who are failed. We can select that and we can check the status. What is the reason? Here there is a message column here, right? It will show a message under for each employee. It will show a message. What is the reason for failure? So this is the data replication monitor is very useful.
Okay.
If you don't know how to check the logs in Employee Central using SLG1,
Mhm.
so you can directly come here and check the status,
Okay.
replication status of
Okay.
any employees. Here also the replication target system is also there. One more option. So in one Employee Central system can be connected to multiple target systems. This is one EC system. It can be connected to the multiple payroll systems. Okay. So at that time, if you have one Employee Central system and the same Employee Central system is connected to multiple payroll systems, then you will get these options. And you can come here and check which replication target system you want to see the errors.
Okay.
I want to select these two and click on Go. Okay. Nothing will be there. It is a new enhancement, SuccessFactors. SAP has released this enhancement last quarter only. So one Employee Central system can be connected to the multiple payroll systems. It was not there last year. It is released this quarter only. So how we can connect multiple payroll systems to one Employee Central system? That I will show you. We can go to manage data. So search for replication target system. Replication target system. Select any target system which we have created earlier. No, not here actually, sorry. Data replication. I think replication target system only. Yeah, replication target system only. I think this is not, this option is not provided here. Okay. I will try to create a new one, create a new replication target system. Actually, we will get an option, legal entity. Here it will show a legal entity. Go to your payroll unified configuration. So whenever I will find it out. Okay, I am not getting that option. I think this SuccessFactors will upgrade demo systems. They might upgrade or they won't upgrade sometimes.
Okay.
Okay. So in EC only, we need to provide, we need to configure. So here it will come as a I will show you in the data replication configuration. That option you can understand. Data replication configuration. There is nothing is created. You can create a data replication configuration. So here you can see there is a different options. Time account. This is for time data replication actually, not for employees master data replication. Here you can see country assignment, pay group, time type, company assignment. So like that only, when in the replication target system also, we will get one option called legal entity. Legal entity is nothing but company. So we can create number of, so if you are using the different payroll system for different company codes, so we can create multiple replication target systems based upon the company code. For example, for 10,000, I want to use one payroll system. I will save it, and again I will create another payroll system by selecting the replication target system here. And create replication target system from here also. This is not this demo system is not updated, not upgraded by SuccessFactors. That's why we are not getting the option. For replication target system also, we will get options like this. So we can select one company code for one system, one target system, and save it and come again and create another replication target system for another company code, which is for another country. Like that, we can create number of target systems based upon the company code. Then we can employee central system is only one, but we have different payroll systems. So we can connect like that based upon the replication target system. So I will show you in different system tomorrow how to create these target systems for multiple company codes. Yeah, this is the process, complete process from replication. Employee the central, employee master data. Employee is hired in employee central and replicated to employee central payroll using the program. And if there are any errors, then we can check in the SLG1, or we can also check in the employee central by coming to a data replication monitor. So if we are working on any separate project, then data replication monitor is very useful. So we will check, we will check the number of errors in data replication monitor, and we will resolve those errors. And again, we will whenever after the errors are resolved, then system will automatically replicate those employees based upon the time we have scheduled. So if the first time the employee got error, so we have resolved the error. So next, after in the second job run, after 30 minutes, those employees also will be replicated. So this is very interesting actually. If we have demos perfect system, then we can show the live how it will replicate from employee central to employee central payroll. Problem is the demo systems are not available. So you were discussing about the number ranges also, right? Your number ranges, if client wants, okay, client wants same employee, the same employee number in EC and EC payroll. Then we need to implement a body. Implement a body. Okay. This is not standard. This is a standard replication program. Cannot replicate the same EC and same number in EC and EC payroll. So we just need to implement a body to tell the system, keep the same number. Keep the same number which is coming from EC. Keep the same number in EC payroll. Both systems will be aligned. That body you can check in. To know the bodies, you can go to personal management and the integration settings for employee central payroll. Here enabling the under extensibility. Okay, you can check the documentation which body we can implement. Go to yeah, this is the body name. So if we just provide this body to the adapter, they will understand what is the enhancement spot. So we need to implement.
Okay.
This is the enhancement spot, body name. Under this enhancement, there are multiple bodies available. Yeah, here you see this one, external partner map. So this body we have to implement to map the numbers both in EC and EC payroll. If we don't implement this, then it's not possible to use the same number in EC and EC payroll. It's a simple one-line code. They just need to enable it. It will take only 5 minutes for the any adapter to implement this. But if client doesn't want same number in EC and EC payroll, then no need to implement this body. Okay, we can select the number ranges as internal number ranges in PA04. Internal number ranges. We need to select internal number ranges. If they want both same numbers in EC and EC payroll, we should have external number ranges. That's the only our configuration we have to do. So if the same numbers in both systems, then select external. If client don't want same number, then we can go with internal. And no need to implement the body. Because system will generate the number based upon the sequence which we have created internally. So this is the process of employee central data replication from employee central to employee central payroll. And so only the once the configuration is configuration is done. So this is a regular process. Okay, we schedule the job one time is a go live time. And if you are working in support projects, then you will mostly work on the SLG1 transaction code. And in EC, you mostly check on data replication monitor. If you are working on support projects, if you are working on implementation projects, then we will do configuration in this all mapping tables. This is the process only to replicate employee master data, not for time data. So we have to see the time data, different program. And we have to do the configuration also. Time data replication. The sequence will be first we need to replicate employee master data to the employee central payroll. Second is ECP, this time data. Because to replicate time data, we need to have employees in EC payroll system.
Yeah.
Without employees, time data cannot be replicated. Okay. This is simple comparing to the employee master data. This is simple only. Okay. First, we need to first step is data replication configuration in EC. Second one, so mapping of values in ECP. Next, third one is scheduling the job, replication job. in SM36 in EC Payroll. This is a process. So we can see this data replication configuration in Employee Central. Go to the Manage Data. Go to Data Replication Configuration. Create a new data replication configuration. External code. You can provide any external code, but it is advisable. So you remember when we have created a replication target system. The manage data only. Replication target system is the prerequisite to create the data replication configuration. You can provide this, you can copy the same code of replication target system to external code here, but it is to differentiate between the employee master data and the time data. You can just provide time off. External code as time off. Okay. Execute proxy creation job. You just mention, don't mention select S here. You can just provide no. I will explain what is the option for this. Okay. And always allow replication in payroll correction phase. So this is purely based upon your client requirement. And because if we select this option, so you are aware of the payroll control record in HCM, right? In PO03, for any particular payroll area, we will create the control record. It's taking so much time. In PS03, we will create control record for payroll area to execute, to release the, oh, again it's gone. PS03 payroll, for example, I am taking in some dummy payroll area. No, I'm taking any one payroll area 01. So if we release for payroll, then it is not possible to make any master data changes for any employee for that particular period. So when click release for payroll, let's save it. Now you have successfully one cycle of payroll is completed, but there are some errors in payroll run. Then you came here and really change the status of this payroll control record to release for correction. Just save it. Display. So this status here, it is showing the payroll correction phase. So when the payroll control record is in payroll correction state, do you want to replicate the time data to employee central payroll? If you select yes here, even if the status is in release for correction on also, the time data will be replicated to the employee central payroll system. If we select no, then no employee time data will be replicated to employee central payroll system when the control record status is in release for corrections. The time data will only replicate when you change the status to exit payroll. That is the concept of this payroll correction phase. In time of replication target system, you can create, select, you have created in the last step. Content to type is, this is employee absence data only. Select employee absence data. Okay, no need about this. You can exclude these options. Okay, replication scenario, you can select only absences only.
Okay.
No need about if you are using contingent workers, then you can select exclude. If you want to exclude these contingent workers, then you can select yes. And from which date you want to replicate the employee data, time data. Obviously, it will be from go live date only. Okay, I'm selecting some dummy date. Yeah, these fields are optional. Okay, but if you want to restrict, this data replication configuration to some company codes only. So I want to use only some company codes. Okay, then you can select only the employees who are belonging to these company codes. Only for those employees, time data will be replicated. Other employee who are not belonging to these two company codes, for those it will be excluded. Like it is like a filtering the employees based upon the company code. Similarly, you can like select employee if you want to employ under these company codes. I want only active employees will be replicated, or I want only some contractor employees only replicated, and time account to type. Further filter, even under these conditions, we can also further have some other filters based upon the time account type. Time account type is nothing but your absence quota, like annual leave, sick leave, maternity leave. Some account types we have. So I want only annual leave to be replicated, annual leave or sick leave. Only these two leave types should be replicated to employee central payroll, and I don't want other absence types to be replicated. So we can filter like this, and filtering criteria. But if you don't want any filter, then you can just remove all this and click on save. Okay. Country region has been added. Time account type is only valid for replication content type absence data. So we have selected the absence data, right? Yeah. Save. And the replication scenario, okay, absences with time account snapshots or time accounts and delete. The replication scenario is absences with time account snapshots. No. Okay. Save. So this is a very important configuration in Employee Central. So if Employee Central time off is enabled and customer wants to use the SuccessFactors Employee Central time off and they want to replicate the data, time data to Employee Central payroll, the first step is we need to configure the data replication configuration. That is, these fields are optional. Okay. Important one is the replication target system, replication content type, and the go live date. You can provide the go live date of the project go live here. Yeah.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here is a question for you. In SAP S4 EC Payroll, what is the term used for the process of transferring payroll data to accounting? Option A, payroll posting. Option B, payroll archiving. Option C, payroll evaluation. Option D, payroll distribution. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP S4 EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
So these are all the predefined objects only, but we just need to configure the complete the configuration for replication. So external code we can define as time off, and we can put these two options as no. But this one, so if it is depending upon the client requirement. If they want to allow the replication even in the payroll correction, like payroll control record in correction phase, then we can define as yes. Mostly it will be yes only. Yeah, because there will be no impact in the payroll. Even if we enable this, there will be no impact. So we can make it as yes.
Okay.
And the replication target system, so which we configured in managed data as a replication target system. Content type, we have three options. Okay? Employee absence data and time pay components or planned working time. So if you enable employee central time off, so we can mostly go with employee absence data. Okay, this is only for info type timesheet. If you want to use employee central timesheet, then we can go with time pay components content type. Planned working time also is optional. Not if you want to use the info type 2003 in SAP HCM, there is an info type called 2003 substitution. So if you want to use this info type 2003, then we can enable the replication from EC to EC Payroll by the content type. But these two are not mandatory. But if you are using the employee central time off, then we need to replicate employee absence data. Employee absence data to info type 2001 replication scenario. Okay. So we can select this absences only or absences with time account snapshots, time accounts and related information. Actually, these two absences with time account snapshots and time accounts and related information mostly used for country Australia. These two are useful for country Australia, and absences only is global. Any country can use.
Okay.
But these two are only for Australia, but other countries may also use this. They have requirement. I'm selecting employee absences only. If you want to exclude contingent workers, you can exclude. And earliest selection date, you can use go live date or from which date you want to replicate the absences from employee central to employee central payroll. Mostly it will be the go live date only. 100% it will be go live date only. And here these are optional columns. Country, region, you can exclude, you can filter. If you have enabled the employee central payroll for multiple countries, but you want to replicate only absences only for country USA, then we can enable filter only for country USA or any other country. And if your pay group assignment, pay group, it will be like monthly payroll area, weekly payroll area, and casuals. There will be different pay frequencies. So the employee central time off, mostly it will be used by monthly employees. So if you want to enable the replication of time off data for only monthly employees, then we can select monthly, only for monthly payroll employees. Some different USA monthly. Yeah, monthly employees. And time types. So yesterday, as I said, we have multiple time types. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, multiple time types like annual leave, sick leave, or vacation leave, paternity, maternity, everything will be there. But I want to only replicate annual leave, sick leave, or any long service leave. These 3 types of leave only I want to replicate to employee central payroll. So then we can filter those, only enable those 3 absence types, time types. Similarly, company assignment and employee groups assignment. So we can use this. I don't want if we enable this. As I said, this is only for country Australia. Time account type assignment. Employee class, we can. This is like filtering. This is the only configuration we need to do from Employee Central. In Employee Central, this is the only configuration to replicate absences. But for SAP API user, we have created for employee master data, right? That same user will be used for time data replication also. So once we created this, then the remaining configuration of mapping of values in EC and ECP and scheduling the jobs. So 10% configuration only in EC and remaining everything is in EC payroll. So now we can check in EC payroll. So we have to go to the same node where we have done the configuration for employee master data. In the personal management, integration settings for SuccessFactors EC Payroll, configuration of point-to-point replication, assignment of code values for point-to-point replication. So if you have any, if you want to use the standard, here also we can use the standard configuration delivered by SAP. Time account type, time account type, time type. So if you have enabled only absent, if you want to use only for absences, then we need to check the configuration of time type. Time type is nothing but absence type. In SAP HCM, we call it as absence type. In EC, it is called as time type. It is dependent. It is country dependent and mapping via customer table. I think it will be blank here because they have mentioned it is mapping is based upon the customer table, so it is blank. Maintain properties for code value mapping. Check if it is enabled. Yeah, it is already there here. Here, the time type it is enabled for country Singapore, but we can enable for other countries. Time type, end date, 01, country dependent. If you want to enable country dependent, okay. Mapping via customer table or identical mapping. Identical. So if you are using the same codes in Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll for absences, so we can system will check the mapping mode. If it is identical mapping selected, then it will replicate if the codes are same. Time type, this is for Singapore and this is for US. Similarly, we need to map. The codes are not same in Employee Central and Employee Central Payroll. Then we need to map the values. No entries. Okay. EC data type can select the time type which we have created in the last step. Time type. Yes, for code US. EC code value. You can get the code values from need to know any US employee. You see that there is a portlet called time. So we can, if you are administrator, we will get this option, administer time. So there are nothing, no records are there for this employee. So we can go and create the absence. Here it is showing these are the different time types, absence type, vacation, sickness, maternity, PTO, leave of absence. So whenever employees entered the vacation for 1 day, pending for approval is not. But here we need to map the codes, right? We need to know the code. What is the code of this time type?
Okay.
For that, we need to check the time profile. This is the time profile, USA standard. Go to time profile. Enter the value, USA standard. These are the different absence types that are enabled for that employee. So we have applied for vacation. So this is the external code of the time type vacation.
Okay.
So copy that code, vacation. EC code value is the TT underscore vacation recording. So this value we are mapping with our ERP, a payroll value for country grouping. Select PS grouping 10. Zero 1 0 0. Like this, we need to map with all the time types which are required for replication from EC to EC payroll. But if the codes are similar, there is no need to do this configuration. The codes are not identical, then we need to do this mapping. Similarly, we have to do for all other time types, different time types also. You search for country grouping, PS grouping 10.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
This is the mapping we have to do for all time types. That's it. So first step is we need to create data replication configuration in EC. And second one is mapping of values in Employee Central Payroll for replication. Third one is running the replication job for time off. Same concept. Yesterday we have seen how to replicate the master data from EC to EC Payroll. Same concept. You can go to SA38. RB underscore HR. If we know the T code, we can directly go with the T code also.
Okay.
HRSF EC underscore P2P underscore replication, absence underscore replication. Go to the transaction code /n the transaction code. So this will be slightly different from the program of employee master data replication. Here we need to there is this. It is not mandatory to enter the replication target system. But if you are using multiple systems, and if you want to filter only for this replication system, then we can enter this value here. Countries with specific fields, you can just remove this. No need to filter country wise. This is employments per package. Here you are telling that the system at one time run how many employees you want to replicate.
Okay.
So if you enter 10, only 10 employees will be replicated for one time. If you enter 100, the system will check and run for 100 employees data. If you enter 1,000, it will run for 1,000. Mostly we use 100 or 1,000 and the user ID. I don't want employment. If you want to replicate for a single employee, you can enter the single employee number, some number, and you can execute it. A display JSON output system. If you select this option and run this, it will fail now, however, because there is no connections. It is showing us no JSON available to be listed as output because there is no data, there is no connection to employee central system. So there is no data replicated.
Okay.
EC to EC payroll. But if the data is replicated, then it will show as an output here only. As the employee number, the data replicated, it will show all the employee numbers. Only when if we select this option, display output on the screen. So it is useful only when we are testing for a single employee. Then we can use this program by entering the user ID and checking this display option. In the real time, the production system, we don't use these options. There will be no user ID because we will be replicating for multiple employees and we don't need to see the output. Just remove it and save as a variant. Time info type 2001 time data replication. Just save it. So now get the program name. System status absence REPL. Okay, copy that and go for SM36 to schedule the job. Job name, time data replication, info type 2001. Enter the ABAP program name here and the variant we have created in the last step. Info type 2000 for data. Go back and enter the start condition. I want to schedule this as a job. I can select for 23 after 1 hour. This will be a periodic job. Select the periodic job and enter the period values. Other period for every 30 minutes. Check and save. That's a simple every 30 minutes. Then whenever employees apply for absences in Employee Central, and it is when the manager approves in Employee Central. Only after the approval, this will be replicated to the Employee Central payroll. So still waiting for approval, absences are not replicated. Just save it. Status released. Created one job, right, for employee master data. So we can check the to schedule the job, we need to go to 36, SM36. And to check the status of the job, we need to go to SM37. See, it is running. The job is running. Yesterday we have scheduled, right, one for employee master data replication to run for every 30 minutes. So first job is completed. It is showing us finished. And again, it will run for another half an hour. It will run for second frequency. Like that, every 30 minutes, this job will be running. Similarly, if we come and check after 1 hour, data replication job also will be running status. Until we stop the job, it will keep on running. Simply, this is the process for time data replication. And for timesheet also, we will discuss. Okay, once. So time off, if you have some idea on leave of absence, then time off you can understand. But there will be different multiple business rules will be there in time off. Yeah, actually we have completed the employee central, the configuration and time off time data in the payroll, employee master data. So we have seen all the configuration steps which are required for employee master data replication and also for time data replication. Say now the OM is obsoleted, not obsoleted, because all the clients and customers are migrated to a SuccessFactors Employee Central. The org management is now managed in Employee Central. A complete org structure is configured and managed in Employee Central. 50% of PA also is managed in Employee Central. And time management. So some customers are using the Employee Central time off, and some customers using Kronos. Kronos time system and other third-party systems. And some customers are still using the Employee Central time management. So if the customer is using the Employee Central time management, then we need to replicate employee data from Employee Central to Employee Central system, SAP system. The payroll is still in SAP only, the same configuration, same wage types, same PCRs and schemas. There is no change in payroll configuration. PA40 we use for employee hiring. Before going here, I just want to set the user parameters. Check SU3 and go for parameters. Enter the country grouping. Country grouping Molga. MOL means Molga. It's Molga means country grouping. For US, it is 10. Set the user group also, UGR parameter as a 10. Oh, nothing is available for US. I need to configure. This is demo system, so nothing is configured. Yeah, I can show you how to configure also, no issues. So PA40 is for hiring, okay, and PA30 is for maintain master data. PA20 is only for display. Yeah, number ranges we will maintain in PA04. First, you need to configure the number ranges in the PA04 transaction. Go to intervals and so there are already number of ranges are configured. Yeah, I can use the number range starting from 9,001 to 999. US 02. The sequence number is 02. Go to this and go to P03. Change it. This feature we can define based upon the number of the parameters. Here it is showing as country grouping. Select Molga 10. Country grouping 10, and again for country grouping, again we can go for another decision operation. Select field for decision operation. I want to define based upon the company code. Select the company code and transfer it. Now you can select the return value. What is which company code? Okay, I want to check for US company code. Search for based upon currency. US dollars. So there are these company codes configured for US. I can select US 01. So you can select any for which company code you want to define the sequence 02. Select and enter the return value. You can now your system will check if employee belong to country USA and company code this one. Then it will assign the number range starting from this 0 to 6.
Hey there, ready to dive into the world of SAP SF EC Payroll? Our course has got you covered. You can learn at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, we will walk you through SAP SF EC Payroll. It's like a magic toolbox for managing payroll smoothly, making sure everyone gets paid on time. Our comprehensive course covers everything from the basics to some pretty neat tricks, crafted by experts who know their stuff. Your instructors are seasoned pros with years of experience under their belts. They are here to guide you through and answer any questions you might have. And guess what? Our students absolutely love this course. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. And the best part? It's super affordable. This amazing opportunity won't break the bank. Ready to become an SAP SF EC Payroll whiz? Sign up now on our page. And for more details, visit ZaranTech's website.